Chapter 262. Our brother Iron Fist was killed. I believe everyone knows it was Kaji Sniper who killed him. That Kaji Sniper is in the lobby of the Yucca Bank. There's still 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Everyone, follow me to kill that Kaji Sniper and leave through the door. Captain Kaji encouraged. Kill! Their blood was roused by the reward, and their killing intent was ignited by Captain Kaji's mention of their brother's death. The 11 elite Kaji rushed out of the vault, left the basement, and rushed towards the lobby. In the lobby, Chief Kurt's eyes widened as he looked inside the bank. He heard the sound of heavy footsteps. It was the sound of at least 10 Kaji in exoskeleton armor running. Chief Kurt couldn't have misheard the sound of a huge force coming into contact with the ground. He turned around and looked around. He saw the 8 Kaji officers moving. He saw the elite Kaji team of Yucca Bank panicking. He also saw number 10 flying back. All the Kaji were afraid. This was a Kaji battle. Chief Kurt stood in the middle of the battlefield and felt a chill run down his spine. However, he also saw David, who was the only one who wasn't affected. David was still standing beside him, calmly guarding him. Number 11, if you are confident, please stop them. If not, you should leave as soon as possible. Chief Kurt said hurriedly. He knew David was very young and was still a child. However, he also knew that if David was really as strong as the information described, then those elite Kaji were nothing. Chief Kurt, you will be fine. David had a good impression of Chief Kurt, and he still considered letting him leave at a time like this. David threw the rank 2 warhammer he had seized at his feet and pulled out the rank 2 long sword from his back. The long sword mastery at 67% was slightly stronger than the warhammer mastery at 52%. Most importantly, the long sword was more convenient than heavy weapons in a battle between Kaji. David held the rank 2 long sword and took a few steps forward. He stood in front of all the Kaji. At this time, the 11 elite soldiers had already appeared at the other end of the hall, and they all saw each other. He is the sniper Kaji. Contact Kaji compared the photo provided by his informant and immediately reported. You must have a death wish. Change to arrow formation. Let's pierce through them. Captain Kaji looked at the dispirited Kaji and David standing in front and ordered in the channel. Captain Kaji believed that with one charge, the Kaji would lose their will to fight. They would either be killed or run away. This was his confidence in his elite Kaji squad. An elite Kaji squad fully armed with rank 2 weapons was an extremely strong squad even among the major factions. As the Kaji squad began their charge, the footsteps in the lobby became denser and denser. The expensive tiles on the bank's floor were crushed by the heavy exoskeleton armor. The 11 Kaji squad's charge made the people on the other side of the lobby feel like they were facing an army of thousands of men and horses. The weapons in the hands of the 11 Kaji squad's hands were also stripped of their camouflage and shone with a faint blue light. At the front were 2 Kaji squad with great shield. Behind them were 3 Kaji squad with great axe and 3 Kaji squad with warhammer. In the middle was Captain Kaji squad with great axe. On both sides of Captain Kaji squad were Kaji squad with spear. Other than the dead Iron Fist and Warhammer Kaji squad, these were the 2 complete elite Kaji squads. David could feel the morale of the Kaji squad beside him. He could not help but shake his head. It seemed like he could not rely on these Kaji squad. He also did not want to fight with these Kaji squad. Without morale, the Kaji squad would not only not be able to help, but they might even cause trouble for others. David instantly activated his extreme speed and strength shock talents and unleashed his spirit. The short wings on his back slightly emitted energy and his feet suddenly exerted force on the ground. Accompanied by the cracking sound of the ground, he launched a counterattack towards the 11 elite Kaji squad like an arrow. David's action shocked Kurt. The 8 Kaji squad members behind David, who were prepared to retreat at any time, were also shocked. That was 11 elite Kaji squad, and all of them were equipped with rank 2 weapons. Only half of the elite Kaji squad were able to defeat the elite Kaji squad of the Bank of Yaka and the 2 police squad members. Is this guy crazy? Balfour's mouth was wide open as he muttered. While everyone was still in shock, David and the 11 elite Kaji squad members were about to come into contact with each other. Longsword Kaji squad was one of the rarer Kaji squad members. The Longsword Kaji squad members were usually scouts in battle. The longsword in their hands was very light, which allowed the Longsword Kaji squad members to move faster and more gracefully. However, Longsword Kaji squad members had a natural weakness when facing the Zergs. As long as the attack did not hit a vital point, the light longsword could not do much damage to the Zergs. Therefore, there were very few Kaji squad members who could become longsword masters. David's longsword master came from the Thunder and Lightning mercenary group leader Norton. Norton was a longsword master trained by the military. The longsword mastery that was known for its agility, plus the speed bonus from the extreme speed talent, plus the acceleration energy from the short wings on the back of the custom-made exoskeleton armor, all of these caused David's speed to exceed the expectations of the 11 elite Kaji squad members in a short period of time. Both sides were accelerating towards each other. The hall was only so big, so the contact was very short. A small difference in time might not be a big deal under normal circumstances, but in David's mind it was completely different. When David appeared next to the Kaji squad member on the left, the Kaji squad member was still charging forward with its shield raised. If the Kaji squad member wanted to stop charging, it would need at least half a second. David's empty left hand went around the Kaji squad member and lightly patted the Kaji squad member on the back. With that, his body changed direction and approached the Kaji squad member on the right. David's speed was too fast, so fast that he could barely control his body. However, he already had a plan. Borrowing the momentum of that pat, he turned the force of his forward charge into the force of a horizontal movement to the right. When the Kaji squad member on the left was patted by him, it did not seem to be a big force, but the strike that contained the shock of force instantly made the Kaji squad member on the left lose control of its body. Its whole body was affected by this shock of force. Once it lost control, the speed of the Kaji squad member on the left was affected. A battle formation was a precise formation. Every Kaji squad member was a screw in the formation. Once any Kaji squad member made a mistake, the precision would become a disaster. Even though the heavy axe Kaji squad member on the back had slowed down, it still crashed into the body of the Kaji squad member on the left. The entire left side of the charging formation was messed up. Compared to the left side of the formation, the right side of the formation was more dangerous. When David's body rushed towards the Kaji squad member on the right, the level 2 longsword in his right hand turned into a swimming fish and slid through the side of the shield. As the blue light reflected off each other, the level 2 longsword pierced through the heart of the Kaji squad member. Everything happened too fast. The moment the two sides made contact, the Kaji squad member on the left fell to the ground, while the Kaji squad member on the right was pierced through the heart by David's agile longsword. Kaji squad member's life force was very strong. Even when most of its body was injured, it could still fight to a certain extent. However, this did not include the brain and the heart. One was where the soul was located, and the other was the source of all power. David's right hand exerted force, and the Kaji squad member on the right was lifted up by David's longsword. Then, Kaji squad member on the right was smashed forward by David. When the Kaji squad member on the front saw that it was their comrade's body, it instinctively reached out to catch it. However, under the Kaji squad member on the right, a sword flashed and pierced through the throat of a heavy axe Kaji squad member. David's body bent in a strange way, as if the joints in his body had lost their function. In a completely impossible way, he avoided the two incoming weapons. Because he did not dodge left and right, he had enough time to pull back his longsword and attack. What did it feel like to be close to a sword grandmaster? It was like being a fish caught in a net. David's sword flashes formed a sword net. The sword net nimbly dodged between the weapons, and in the end, it accurately pierced through the helmet of an elite Kaji squad member, piercing through its head. At this moment, the body of the Kaji squad member on the right was caught by a War Hammer Kaji squad member. At the same time, when the right Kaji squad member on the right was lifted up, the shockwave of power also entered the body of the War Hammer Kaji squad member. Just as the War Hammer Kaji squad member's body was slightly sluggish, David's longsword drew an arc in the air and swept across the neck of the War Hammer Kaji squad member. These Kaji squad members only managed to stabilize their bodies at this moment. 2 spear Kaji squad members stabbed out with their rank 2 spears, while the heavy axe Kaji squad members and War Hammer Kaji squad members attacked and defended respectively. The well-trained elite Kaji squad members had rich battle experience, and they recovered their battle strength in a short time. David's squad member was not greedy. His body suddenly retreated, and when he retreated, his body was completely pressed against the ground. During this process, his body rolled and dodged all the attacks. At the same time, the left Kaji squad member on the left recovered from the shockwave of power and was about to stand up. David's squad member on the left did not hesitate and smashed down with the shield Kaji squad member on the left. However, the rolling David squad member on the right side of the shield seemed to be glued to it. While rolling, the long sword in his hand accurately swept across the enemy's neck again. This time, David's squad member on the left side rolled 10 meters away, and once again, they were facing each other. However, this time, the atmosphere in the hall was extremely strange. Whether it was the police, the Yaka Bank, or the elite Kaji squad members, they all looked at David's squad as if they were looking at a ghost. In the few seconds of contact just now, David had taken the lives of 5 elite soldiers in a 1 versus 11 situation, 1 advancing and 1 retreating. After losing half of his combat power, the elite Kaji squad leader had lost his initial confidence. This was the first time he, who had experienced hundreds of battles, felt fear. He regretted it. If he had not thought about killing the sniper Kaji squad member, even if he was killed by the sniper Kaji squad member, he would have been able to leave with the smallest price. Squad leader Kaji squad leader wanted to ask the informant if this was really the sniper Kaji squad member. How could a sniper Kaji squad member kill 5 elite Kaji squad members in an instant with a longsword? Invincible among Kaji squad members. As expected, he's invincible among soldiers. Only Director Kurt, who knew David's identity, thought to himself. When he read the information, he did not have a clear idea of what invincible among Kaji squad members meant. He only thought that it was probably very strong. However, when he saw David's squad members in action, he understood the despair of being David's opponent. When Balfour saw the box on the back of the elite Kaji squad leader, he could not help but yell at David, "Please leave that box behind. The Yaka Bank will thank you." Squad leader Kaji squad leader touched the box on his back. Balfour also reminded him that he had to take the box away. He could not stay here. Squad leader Kaji squad leader was very clear that the Kaji squad member in front of him was a longsword master, and a very powerful one at that. A longsword master represented death in close combat. Perhaps some Kaji squad members looked down on Kaji squad members, but no Kaji squad member would look down on a longsword master. Squad leader Kaji squad leader did not have the confidence to fight against David. He was worried that as soon as he came into contact with David, he would fall like his 5 companions. Therefore, he quickly retreated and rushed into the bank. The only thing David could do was to let the shadow attendant fly over. The shadow attendant passed through the outer layer of the box and put everything inside into the portal ring. For David, who often did this kind of thing, it was almost instinctive. David was very curious about the items in the box. The Yaka Bank valued it so much, and the 2 elite Kaji squad members also desperately wanted to get their hands on them. If David did not have the ability to do so, it would be fine. However, he had the ability, so he could not resist. "Stop him!" Balfour ordered loudly. His order was not for David, but for the elite Kaji squad. The elite Kaji squad chased after the Kaji squad leader carrying the box, but the remaining 5 elite Kaji squad members blocked their way. "Director Kurt, you command this Kaji squad. Don't let that Kaji squad leader take the box away." Balfour could tell that he couldn't command David, so he immediately turned to Kurt and said, "Let's go. Number 11, kill the Kaji squad leader who is blocking us." Director Kurt said in a deep voice. David nodded. Director Kurt did not order him to chase after the Kaji squad leader carrying the box. This made him very satisfied. Chasing after that Kaji squad leader would cause a lot of trouble, especially after he took the items in the box. He exerted force on his feet and rushed towards the elite Kaji squad leader. This time, the elite Kaji squad leader could not focus on him. Instead, they had to pay attention to the 6 elite Kaji squad leader who were also facing them. Even if 3 of the elite Kaji squad leader had broken weapons, they did not dare to let their guard down. "Don't worry about the Kaji squad leader. Go after the box," Balfour shouted. Chapter 263. The elite Kaji had lost their leader, and the 2 Kaji in front of them had also been killed by David. Now they only had 2 spear Kaji, 2 warhammer Kaji, and 1 heavy axe Kaji left. As if they knew their fate, the 5 Kaji were determined to fight. This might be the last battle of their lives. Without them blocking, Captain Kaji would not be able to escape. With David's speed, he would be able to catch up to Captain Kaji and retrieve the box. They did not know what David was thinking, so they had to block him for a while to give Captain Kaji more time. The 6 elite Kaji followed Balfour's order to chase after Captain Kaji, who took the box, but they had to break through the obstruction of the 5 Kaji. "Attack the formation," the captain of the Yakkar elite soldiers ordered. Big Shield Kaji held his broken shield and stood at the front. Although his shield was badly damaged, he did not even look at the 2 level 2 shields on the ground. Those were the spoils of the terrifying police consultant Kaji. As a Kaji, he was very clear about the rules of spoils distribution. If it was not for David's terrifying strength, he might have picked up one of the shields. The blue level 2 shield was what he was looking forward to. Just like Kaji, the other Kaji did not look at the weapons on the ground. Instead, they held their broken weapons and stood behind Kaji, ready to charge. On the other side, the 2 warhammer Kaji and heavy axe Kaji were in front, while the 2 spear Kaji were behind. They were also waiting for the charge. They hoped to fight with the elite Kaji of the Yakkar Bank. That way, they would be able to buy more time. At this time, a figure rushed towards the 5 elite Kaji even faster than the elite Kaji of the Yakkar Bank. It was David. The 5 elite Kaji were guarding against the elite Kaji of the Yakkar Bank. They did not expect David to attack from the side. The 2 spear Kaji reacted the fastest. The 2 spear Kaji pierced through the air and stabbed towards David's attack path. If David moved forward, he would hit the spear. As David approached the spears, he lowered his body and dodged a heavy axe. He stretched his body gracefully and kicked the warhammer Kaji of the left's wrist to resolve the attack. A shockwave also entered the body of the warhammer Kaji of the left. Since all the Kaji who were affected by the shockwave had fallen to the ground, no one knew that David's attack contained the shockwave. Therefore, the warhammer Kaji of the left paused, and David pierced through the neck of the heavy axe Kaji of the left. As he pulled out his sword, the short wings on his back suddenly sped up, and he crashed into the body of the warhammer Kaji of the left and dodged the spears again. The warhammer Kaji of the left felt a warm sensation in his chest, and then his body became cold and powerless. Before David's longsword crashed into the body of the warhammer Kaji of the left, the longsword stabbed into its heart. After crashing into the body of the warhammer Kaji of the left, The war hammer Kaji of the left was sent flying towards the two-spear Kaji of the left. The angle of this collision was very precise, and it blocked the attack path of the two-spear Kaji of the left. David took advantage of this moment to move his body to the left and slit the throat of the last war hammer Kaji of the left, who had not recovered from the shockwave state. The two-spear Kaji of the left did not catch their companion's body, because David had used this move in the previous battle, and David's attack could fly out from behind their companion's body at any time. The two-spear Kaji of the left retreated, and the war hammer Kaji of the left fell to the ground and slid a few meters. However, when the two-spear Kaji of the left saw the battlefield clearly, their courage quickly disappeared, because they were the only two-spear Kaji left on the battlefield. The spear Kaji of the left was not a well-rounded class in battle. They had more than enough offense, but they had almost no defense. One of the spear Kaji of the left turned and ran out of fear, and the other spear Kaji of the left was a little stunned. When he reacted and was about to run away, a blue light flashed in front of him. David casually killed the hesitant spear Kaji of the left and chased after the last spear Kaji. The spear Kaji of the left had only run 10 meters when he heard footsteps behind him, and he threw the rank 2 spear in his hand. This move was the spear Kaji of the left's life-risking strike. If it was a head-on battle, it might have been a little threatening, but throwing it back while running for his life was not a threat at all. David caught the flying spear as he ran, and the rank 2 spear seemed to come alive in his hand. The spear spun in David's hand, and was also thrown by David. The difference was that this move was a true spear master's desperate move, and the spear pierced through the Kaji of the left's hand, which was less than 10 meters away. The Kaji of the left's life force caused the spear Kaji to pierce through his back and out of his abdomen. The spear Kaji of the left's life force was still struggling, trying to escape from the spear. David walked to the Kaji of the left's side, and without hesitation, he cut off the Kaji of the left's head. The elite Kaji of the Yaka Bank, who were preparing to chase and take away the box, were once again shocked by David's performance. This kind of slaughter scene made them wonder if the elite Kaji of the left's life force was a normal person. David retrieved the spear from the corpse and walked back to the battlefield with it in his hand. The spear in his hand drew a ray of light, and he finished off the Kaji of the left's life force. With the shadow attendant, he could clearly know if the Kaji of the left's life force was dead or not. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and chase!" Balfour shouted. The elite Kaji of the Yaka Bank woke up, and the captain of the Kaji nodded at David. "Thank you," several elite Kaji of the left's life force said softly as they passed by David. David ignored them and collected all the rank 2 weapons on the ground. Then he pulled out a steel cable from the damaged exoskeleton armor and tied the weapons together, as if he was carrying a pile of junk. Director Kurt wanted to say something, but he didn't say it. On one hand, David had asked him before, and he had given David a clear loot distribution plan, so it wouldn't be good to change it now. Of course, the most important thing was that David's decisiveness in killing just now made him shocked. None of the Kaji that fought with David were left alive. Even the Kaji that suffered fatal injuries, David didn't hesitate to finish them off. This kind of behavior made Director Kurt, who had a lot of experience in cases, not dare to say anything that would make David unhappy. David returned to Director Kurt's side with a bundle of weapons. "Director Kurt, order this Kaji to take back the box, or else it will be your dereliction of duty," Balfour said to Director Kurt in a low voice. "Mr. Balfour, this police consultant has done enough. I can't give him any more orders." Director Kurt didn't want to get involved with the box, and he also didn't want David to cause trouble. As for Balfour's threat, didn't he have a background? "Mr. Consultant, have you considered that if you don't go after the box, you will offend the Yaka Bank?" Balfour saw that Director Kurt wasn't listening to his orders, so he turned to ask David. What answered him was a blue light, and then he felt a chill on his scalp. Balfour touched his head and found that his cold hand was directly on his scalp. A bone-chilling chill rushed from his feet to his head. That was a second-grade long sword. If it was just a little bit off, his head would have been cut in half. But at this moment, Balfour didn't dare to say anything because David was using his killing intent to lock onto him. That kind of cold killing intent was almost tangible, attacking Balfour's nerves. Balfour felt a warm liquid flowing out from his crotch. Soon his pants were soaked with liquid. Urine flowed down his pants and along his shoes, creating an obvious water stain on the ground. Humiliation, fear, dizziness, and other negative statuses appeared on Balfour's body. He felt that if there was a crack in the ground, he could escape this situation. But Balfour didn't dare to move. He didn't even dare to show any expression. He was afraid that the god of death next to him would kill him. Number 11, forget it. Mr. Balfour is just a little impatient. Director Kurt quickly stepped in front of David and tried to persuade him. He knew David's background. David had a close relationship with Forks Transcendent, so he didn't need to worry about Balfour's threat. But if David really killed Balfour with one strike, then it would be really troublesome. This wasn't a war zone, and it wasn't Monolith where David was before. Even if David was now a police consultant, if he killed someone here without a valid reason, the consequences would be very serious. David nodded to Director Kurt and casually put the long sword back on his back. When Balfour saw David's action, his heart relaxed. It was as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out. He directly sat in his own urine and gasped for breath. At this time, heavy footsteps came from outside the Yucca Bank. Up to 24 Kaji armed with weapons and wearing exoskeleton armor had arrived. The exoskeleton armor on these Kaji was the same as the exoskeleton armor of the Yucca Bank's elite Kaji. It also had the Yucca Bank's logo. Kill him, kill him! When Balfour, who was sitting on the ground, saw the appearance of these Kaji, he couldn't help but become energized and shouted loudly. He pointed at David, his eyes flashing with madness, as if he wanted to tear David to pieces. "That's enough, Mr. Balfour. You better calm down," Director Kurt shouted in a deep voice. When the 24 new Kaji heard Balfour's order, they were clearly hesitant. They killed a Kaji who didn't show that he was a criminal in front of Director Kurt. However, when some of the Kaji saw the bundle of second-grade weapons in David's hands, they were clearly moved. They took 2 steps forward and had the intention to attack. "Director Kurt, if they attack first, can I kill them all?" David's cold voice sounded in the hall. Although there were as many as 24 Kaji, he wasn't worried at all. This was because he was wearing third-grade exoskeleton armor. The Kaji in front of him couldn't break through his defense. As long as he was careful not to be hit by heavy weapons, there was nothing to worry about. It was also because of the third-grade exoskeleton armor that David's fighting style today was so fierce. He didn't have any scruples using a long sword in close combat. David's words, which were full of killing intent and confidence, made Director Kurt's whole body tremble. "Stop. If you dare to attack the police Kaji, then wait for your trial. No one can save you," Director Kurt shouted. He turned his head and said to Balfour, "Mr. Balfour, do you want all these Kaji to die? Or is that box not important?" Balfour finally woke up from his anger. He crawled up from the ground and didn't care about the sorry state he was in. "Hurry up and track them. Support the elite team. We must get the box back." Balfour, who had calmed down, immediately ordered. The Kaji received the order and immediately spread out to track the escaping Kaji. "Director Kurt, I have no use here. I have something to do. I'll leave first," David said to Director Kurt when he saw that the reinforcements had arrived. "Okay, thank you for what you did today." Director Kurt saluted to David solemnly. "I'll be very busy. Don't look for me if there's nothing." David nodded and left after saying that. Director Kurt's face showed a helpless and bitter smile. In today's situation, if he had any other choice, he definitely wouldn't have let David come. Whether or not he would recruit David to participate in the handling of cases in the future, he really needed to consider carefully. This David was a killing god. In just a short time, 11 elite Kaji had died here. If it was a normal case, just closing the case would be a big problem. Director Kurt, can you tell me who he is? Balfour tried his best to not look angry, but in fact, his heart was filled with rage. Mr. Balfour, this is not someone you can offend. If you want the Yaka Bank to withdraw from Lunka Planet, then make him your enemy, Director Kurt said coldly. Director Kurt felt that this Balfour really didn't know his place. David had saved him and his subordinate Kaji. Even if David had warned him, he was still the one who threatened him. Now, he was still thinking about taking revenge on David. Did he really think that David was easy to mess with? It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I'll find him, Balfour sneered. He looked around and regretted that he didn't leave a few Kaji behind to protect him. The 8 Kaji of the police were all guarding beside Director Kurt. They had no intention of getting close to him. Chapter 264. David was carrying a bundle of Level 2 weapons. After leaving the Yaka Bank, he contacted his hover car. After the case ended, his temporary authority was revoked. Now, he did not have the right to wear the exoskeleton armor and fly in the air. The hover car came very quickly and arrived beside him in a short while. He threw the weapons into the car and sat in the driver's seat. After setting the command to return to the mansion, he could not wait to see what the item was. The shadow attendant flew to his side. He sent a part of his consciousness into the shadow attendant's body. Through the shadow attendant's body, he felt the inside of the infinite space ring. Inside the infinite space ring, other than the items that were previously stored, there was also a floating crystal. This crystal was red, and inside the crystal was a heart. Even though he was inside the infinite space ring, even though he was observing the heart through the shadow attendant, David still felt like he was looking at a terrifying creature. This was a type of life-form oppression. It was like a sheep meeting a tiger. In front of this heart, David was the sheep. David was glad that he did not take it out of the infinite space ring to look at it. If he took out such a terrifying thing, something strange would definitely happen. It was very likely that he would be discovered. David thought about the box that the Kaji captain carried away. There was probably something special about that box. Otherwise, it would not have been able to hide the aura of the heart. In the future, he would not take the red crystal and the heart within it out of his space ring before he knew what they were used for. After that, David pressed his hand on the shadow attendant's body and absorbed the soul energy that he had obtained today. After absorbing so many souls, he could now estimate how much the soul energy would increase his spirit without even looking at his status panel. Although there were 11 Kaji souls this time, the feeling of absorbing the souls was very weak. It felt like this amount of soul energy was insignificant. He looked at his status panel. As expected, there were no changes to his spirit at 601. Of course, this did not mean that there was no increase. It was just that the increase was not enough to fill the 001. David shook his head. As his spirit grew stronger, his growth slowed down. Captain Kaji, who was carrying a box, used his Grade 2 heavy axe to break open the window of the Yaka Bank. The material of the window was good, but it couldn't stop a Grade 2 heavy axe. The retreat route he chose was the second route in the plan. Originally, this was just a backup, but he insisted on choosing this second route. Captain Kaji was afraid of the terrifying Kaji. He knew that the terrifying Kaji was also a sniper. If he chose the first path of retreat, there was a high chance that he would be sniped. Therefore, he chose the second route. As soon as he came out of the bank, he did not hesitate and smashed the ground with his axe. A hidden sewer entrance was broken open. He turned on the internal circulation system of the exoskeleton armor and jumped into the sewer. There was no light in the sewers, and they were filled with filth. The height of the sewers was only half a person's height, and he was practically crawling forward after entering. However, he didn't care. As long as he could escape, he was willing to do so. The 6 Yaka Bank elite Kaji found the broken window. They jumped out of the window and saw the sewer entrance. Just as the few Kaji were about to enter, a violent explosion was heard, followed by the sound of flowing water. Then, in front of the 6 Kaji, the sewer entrance spewed out stinky sewage. The whole area looked like it was raining black rain. Even the first Kaji who was about to enter the sewer was pushed back by the impact. Quickly check the city map and find the direction of the sewer, Captain Kaji of the Yaka Bank ordered loudly. At this moment, he also understood the method used by the Kaji with the box. He couldn't help but sigh at the opponent's meticulous plan. The sewers of Yaka City were completely sealed. They used pressure to make the sewage flow in the sewer. It seems that before this, the pressure in this section of the sewer was released, so the Kaji was able to break open the sewer entrance and enter. After entering the sewer and moving forward for a while, a small bomb was detonated in the sewer. With the protection of the exoskeleton armor, this kind of explosion couldn't hurt the Kaji. But the Kaji could be pushed forward by the shockwave of the explosion and escape at a faster speed. On the other side, the explosion also made the exposed sewer entrance become the vent of the explosion, hindering the pursuing Kaji. At the same time, the explosion also damaged the walls of the sewer. At least, it would be very difficult for the pursuing Kaji to pass through. Go this way. Captain Kaji of the Yaka Bank elite team received the map from his subordinates and rushed out first. Underground, Captain Kaji and the box behind him just happened to block most of the sewer. The explosion made him part of the sewage, and he quickly slid forward. Captain Kaji stretched out his hands and feet at the same time. He stretched out his hands and legs and pressed his limbs on the wall to reduce the friction between his body and his feet. Especially the pulleys on his feet, they carried their own power. After the driving force caused by the explosion was reduced, they still allowed him to move quickly. Captain Kaji knew that he probably succeeded in escaping, but he wasn't happy at all. The brothers he had been with for decades were all gone. In his communication channel, there was no signal. After Kaji lost his life inside the exoskeleton armor automatically shut down. So this also meant that he was the only Kaji left alive in the 2 elite Kaji teams, and this was also because the opponent didn't seem to want to kill him. Thinking about the black exoskeleton armor, thinking about the ghost-like figure, thinking about the longsword that took away his life every time it flashed, Captain Kaji didn't know how to describe his feelings. This can't be a nobody, he said to himself silently. When he went back, he would use his connections to find this longsword master. Although he didn't have the ability to take revenge, the organization had the ability. After passing through several bends in a row, the forks of these bends were all blocked in advance, so Captain Kaji could only move quickly on a designated route. After a few minutes of super-fast movement, Captain Kaji could feel that his palms and feet were a little overheated due to the overspeed of the pulleys. A light appeared in front of him, which made Captain Kaji feel refreshed. He had arrived at the exit. Then he crashed into an iron fence used for isolation along with the sewage. The iron fence was broken, and his body rushed through it and flew out of the sewer. A small shuttle that had been waiting here for a long time accurately caught Captain Kaji and started to move with full force. The 6 elite Kaji from the Yaka Bank, who had followed him, saw the small shuttle from about a kilometer away, and a sense of powerlessness emerged from their bodies. The small shuttle turned into a light and broke through the sky. It was a speed that Kaji couldn't keep up with at all. This kind of small shuttle was specially made to hide inside a planet. Its surface had a coating that could resist scanning. Of course, with the speed of this small shuttle, this coating could only last for a short period of time. But this was enough. Not long after the small shuttle disappeared, many more Kaji came. Unfortunately, they couldn't track that Kaji. The next day, David received a briefing from Director Kurt and knew the result of the incident. At the same time, there was also an internal police commendation. In David's personal information, there was an additional police commendation order. This commendation order was quite useful in the complex evaluation of social authority. Although it couldn't immediately raise David's level E authority, as long as there were more commendations, it could accumulate and raise David's social authority to a higher level. David was very happy that the box didn't return to the Yucca Bank. As long as that Kaji took the box away, he would find that the red crystal and the heart inside the box were missing. But who could guarantee that it wasn't done by that Kaji himself, or that it was done by someone else while he was escaping? Anyway, David believed that no one would suspect him of stealing the red crystal and the heart, because no one would believe that he had such an incredible ability. What David didn't know was that he had become famous. The process of him making a move in the hall was clearly recorded by several surveillance cameras. Some of them were from the police, some were from the Yucca Bank, and some were from the public surveillance cameras across the bank. No one knew what went wrong, but the video of David killing 11 Kaji appeared in the news. Director Kurt couldn't interfere even if he wanted to. His authority couldn't affect the media, and he even suspected that there was someone behind this. David was also given the nickname of Killing Sword Police. Of course, this video also made all the Kaji in Kia City to be more restrained. Fortunately, David was a Kaji of the police, so he wasn't considered a bad person by the public, and there weren't any negative comments. Who is the Killing Sword Police? This was the most asked question after the news appeared. The police didn't respond. In fact, there weren't many police officers who had the authority to look at the police consultant's information. Plus, Director Kurt had given a gag order, so it wouldn't be leaked. Of course, Director Kurt also knew that David's identity couldn't be hidden. With the power of the Yucca Bank, it wouldn't be difficult for them to look at the police's secret information. He only hoped that Balfour would not seek his own death and do something reckless. The Kaji community was the most affected by the video. From the sniping at the beginning to the sword attack at the end, the Killing Sword Police battle seemed very relaxed. If it weren't for the fact that all the Kaji were equipped with level 2 weapons, and the fact that the elite Kaji from the Yucca Bank had retreated, the Kaji community would have thought that the Kaji were a bunch of newbies. After that, several well-known Kaji announced on Skynet that the Killing Sword Police was a master swordsman. This made the Kaji community go crazy. There were too few master swordsmen. The average Kaji community had never seen a master swordsman before, and this video was the only video of a master swordsman's battle that had been released so far. Many Kaji community studied the video frame by frame and found more problems. The Killing Sword Police had a lot of inexplicable movements during the battle. At first, people thought that it was a problem caused by the lighting. But after some research by the Kaji community, they found that the Killing Sword Police ignored the limits of the human body's joints, and a lot of his dodging techniques couldn't be replicated. The heated discussion made the reputation of the Killing Sword Police even more popular. In Macintosh's design studio, Master Macintosh looked at the figure in the news and couldn't help but laugh. What could make a designer happier than seeing his own exoskeleton armor being worn by a super-strong Kaji? He was even happier that David had completely mastered the exoskeleton armor and used it to its fullest potential. It was also the first time he saw an attack that ignored joint. This meant that his design was successful. Master Macintosh opened his bracelet and sent a message to David. David, who was in class, received the message and knew what happened outside. He was very suspicious about the video being leaked, so after he thanked Master Macintosh on his bracelet, he connected to the Sky AI system in the villa. The longer the Sky Dome artificial intelligence system appeared, the more powerful its abilities became. David asked the Sky Dome AI system to find out where the video had come from. Soon, the Sky Dome AI system found the first source of the video through copying. It was an identity bracelet. Balfour. David looked at the owner's name on the bracelet and murmured. David was not surprised that it was Balfour who had done this. Balfour had been left in such a sorry state that day. With Balfour's high status, he would naturally take revenge. However, David was surprised that he sent the video to the media. He didn't know what Balfour was planning to do. But this wasn't important. As long as David knew that Balfour was plotting against him, he knew who to look for to fight back. In David's villa, the Sky AI system targeted Balfour and collected a lot of information about him. Tracking the use of Balfour's identity bracelet and the data storage of the Skynet surveillance system, Balfour's whereabouts in the past few years were known by the Sky AI system. Not to mention that Balfour himself wasn't a very upright person, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't make any mistakes in the past few years. That night, just as the news about the Killing Sword Police was trending, another piece of news appeared. It wasn't just in the news, it was everywhere on the Skynet. In the news, Balfour, the head of the Lunka Planet branch of the Yucca Bank, was exposed to the public through all kinds of surveillance videos. In addition to this, videos of Balfour with various women, including married women, and even men, spread wildly on the Skynet. Almost every news page on the Skynet had something to do with Balfour. In fact, many editors didn't know how the news got there. At least, they didn't handle the news. The news seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Based on the influence of Balfour and the Yucca Bank, even if there was such news, it would be difficult for it to be publicized. Chapter 265. At night, Balfour sat on the balcony with a glass of red wine in his hand and looked at the night sky. After losing that item, his position in the bank was greatly affected. There were many people eyeing the position of the president of the Yucca Bank on Lunka, and this failure put a lot of pressure on him. Fortunately, his connections with the higher-ups of the Yucca Bank helped him. That was how he was able to redeem himself and find the organization that stole the item. Balfour used the bank's resources in the Ilidia sector and cooperated with the police. Based on the clues left behind, it was not easy to find the Kaji. The dead Kaji's identities were all wiped out, and the identity bracelets were all brand new. From this, it could be seen that the organization was not weak. Arranging a brand new identity bracelet was something that could only be done with a very high level of authority. In fact, other than the corpse of the Kaji, there were very few useful clues. The Kaji who carried out the mission were all very experienced, so they would not leave behind many clues. There were even people who specifically erased some records for them, so the bank's investigation was not very successful. However, Balfour proposed a plan to the upper management of the Yucca Bank. He wanted to use the soldier known as the Killing Sword Police to lure the enemy organization out for revenge. That way, they would be able to lure out the enemy organization. He used the bank's support to send the video of the Killing Sword Police to the news. Normally, this kind of video that involved the police could not be officially reported without the approval of the police. However, with the bank's face, this kind of illegal behavior was carried out. "Kid, next is to announce your identity." Balfour put down the wine and projected a picture on the bracelet. It was David. Balfour looked at David's face and sneered. He thought that after the organization saw the video of David killing the Kaji, even if it was just to comfort the Kaji, they would still take revenge on David. As for David's identity, how would he know? With the bank's relationship with the police, it was very easy to get a list of police consultants. As long as David's identity was exposed, then the organization would take revenge on David, and then he would know the details of the organization. Of course, at the same time, David would be assassinated as revenge for the harm that David had done to him. Just when he was excited about David being killed, the picture in front of him suddenly changed. The picture of David became Balfour's own picture. Then, Balfour's eyes in the picture were bleeding, and he gave Balfour a strange smile. "Damn it, Balfour was startled by this sudden change. His hand involuntarily waved, and the half-filled glass of red wine on the table in front of him was flung away. It fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. However, he immediately realized that someone had broken through the security and entered his identity bracelet. Balfour quickly turned off the projection. He frowned and looked at his own identity bracelet. To be able to enter his identity bracelet, it meant that the other party had great authority. The identity bracelet's security level was not low. David's Vault AI system had been watching Balfour for a long time. This kind of provocation and aggressive action was a warning from the Vault AI system to Balfour. This was also the best that the Vault AI system could do. Its authority came from Skynet data managers in various industries, but the real core authority could not be obtained. Who did this? Balfour thought about the possible enemies in his mind. His identity bracelet vibrated, and he was shocked again, but this time it was just a message notification. Balfour opened his identity bracelet and saw a set of Skynet news sent by his secretary. He opened it and jumped out of his chair in shock. The news was the scene of him meeting with the client. In their conversation, Balfour did not hesitate to hint that the other party was prepared. He placed an anonymous credit card in front of Balfour. The whole process was clearly captured by multiple cameras. In particular, there was a switch in the camera that showed the details of the anonymous credit card. He opened other news. Each of them was about his behavior in the past few years. This included personal behavior and malfeasance at work. If these were reported, the consequences would be unimaginable. While he was still looking at the news, a servant came over and whispered, "Sir, there are a few police officers looking for you." When Balfour heard the word police, he immediately thought of the news and shouted, "Just say I'm not here." With absolute evidence, it was easy to imagine what kind of investigation and interrogation he would be subjected to if he was taken away by the police. As long as he was not taken away by the police, he had a chance to turn the tables. He could find his backer and he could spend credits to smooth things over. "Mr. Balfour, this is an arrest warrant. Please forgive our intrusion." Four uniformed policemen walked to the balcony. One of the policemen projected an arrest warrant using his identity bracelet and said in a deep voice, "Wait a minute, I need to contact my lawyer," Balfour said, waving his hand. He used his identity bracelet to contact his backer, a senior executive of the Yucca Bank, but he could not get in touch. He suddenly understood that the Yucca Bank had abandoned him. Because of these scandals, the Yucca Bank immediately fired Balfour and investigated him for malfeasance. The Yucca Bank had even taken the initiative to report him to the police. The root cause of all this was the command David had given to the Sky AI system. Of course, the main reason was that David had the ability to be a master of electronic warfare. The program David had written made the Sky AI system more aggressive. In a peaceful area, a master of electronic warfare was more terrifying than a master of weapons, Kaji. The master of weapons, Kaji, still needed to solve the problem face to face, but a master of electronic warfare could silently eliminate the problem in the bud. Only one person guessed that David had made a move, but he did not expect it to be through the use of an AI system. This person was Director Kurt. When the video of David's fight appeared on the news, he guessed that it was Balfour's doing. But Director Kurt did not expect that in just one day, there would be a lot of scandals about Balfour on the news. Director Kurt immediately realized that this was David's revenge. Such a fast and powerful method of revenge, even Director Kurt was shocked. This was the same as David using a long sword to attack the enemy. Using a lot of scandals to attack on Skynet, it was just as decisive and crazy. Director Kurt set David as a dangerous person in his heart. At the same time, he was also someone who could only be on good terms with and not be offended. On Skynet and various news channels, the news from the Killing Sword Police was overshadowed by the arrest of the Balfour branch president of the Yucca Bank. At least, that was the case for the ordinary people. Captain Goldman, are you sure no one else came into contact with the box after you got it? A middle-aged man in a white lab coat with an ID tag hanging in front of his chest asked in a deep voice. The captain of the elite Kaji team, who successfully stole the box from the Yucca Bank's vault that day, was sitting opposite the middle-aged researcher. His hands and feet were fixed to the chair, and his head and body were connected with dozens of wires. Yes, Assistant Nigel. I can guarantee that after I carried the box on my back, no one else came close to it. Captain Goldman knew the procedure, so he replied calmly. Assistant Researcher Nigel looked at Captain Goldman's brain waves and body reactions on the screen. If he had the slightest intention of lying, the data in front of him would reflect the truth. Assistant Researcher Nigel had a lot of confidence in the research of the human body. This was what their research institute was best at. So when he saw the data in his hand, his expression relaxed. Captain Goldman, try to recall again. Is it possible that someone switched the box when the vault was broken? Assistant Researcher Nigel asked again. Impossible. Captain Goldman first gave an affirmative answer, which made it more obvious that he was not lying. He then continued, I was the first person to rush into the vault when it was broken into. Then, I carried the box on my back. The box never left my sight during the whole process. This is interesting. Assistant Researcher Nigel chuckled. His fingers trembled twice out of habit. This was the aftereffect of a long-term research career, and it also proved that he was thinking. Captain Goldman, I trust you. Assistant Researcher Nigel waved his hand, and a Kaji team member walked out from behind him and released Captain Goldman from his restraint. Thank you, Assistant Nigel. Captain Goldman rubbed his wrists and thanked him with a bow. Although Nigel was only an assistant researcher, he was the assistant of a big shot. No one in the organization dared to look down on Assistant Researcher Nigel. As long as Assistant Researcher Nigel said that Captain Goldman was not guilty, then there would be no problem with Captain Goldman. Assistant Researcher Nigel shook his head and said with a smile, although you completed the task, you were not able to bring back the item. You still have to participate in this matter. I believe that Balfour from the Yucca Bank must have something to do with this. Then he opened the latest news that he had received. It was some news about Balfour's malfeasance. With such a branch chief around, anyone would think that Balfour was the culprit if something was missing in the vault. Assistant Researcher Nigel thought the same. He focused his suspicions on Balfour. Assistant Nigel, this Balfour is indeed suspicious. Captain Goldman said in a deep voice after seeing a few paragraphs of the news and recognizing that Balfour was at the scene. Tell me what you think. Assistant Researcher Nigel said with interest. When my men and I were on the move, there was an extremely terrifying armored soldier. He was an expert with the long sword and was a master of the long sword. At the same time, he could also use a sniper rifle. He was one of the rare armored soldiers who had mastered 2 weapons. If this Kaji had gone all out at that time, I believe that I would not have been able to escape. However, it was as if the commander who attacked our elite Kaji team had deliberately let me go. During the whole process, he did not order this terrifying Kaji to kill me. Instead, he killed all my brothers. Captain Goldman said with a sad voice. It was only after Captain Goldman escaped that he finally understood this point. At that time, if David had wanted to kill him, he would not have been able to escape no matter what. When he thought of David's unparalleled speed, he was afraid that he would not even be able to escape 20 meters before being killed by David's sword. In his mind, the only possibility was that someone had ordered David to attack his men and deliberately let him go. At this time, when he saw the news about Balfour and thought of the empty box, everything made sense. This Balfour had used Captain Goldman as the person who had cleaned up the contents of the box and deliberately let Captain Goldman take the box away. Otherwise, how could it make sense that he did not use a powerful and terrifying person, but ordered the much weaker Kaji to chase after him? I have seen the video of Kaji's battle. It is indeed very terrifying, Assistant Researcher Nigel said as he opened another video. On the projection in front of Assistant Researcher Nigel, there was a video of David holding a long sword and killing Captain Goldman's elite Kaji. It's him, he's the devil," Captain Goldman shouted when he saw David's figure. In the face of David's helplessness, as well as the process of his brothers being killed one by one, Captain Goldman hated David, but more than that, he was afraid. A deep fear that penetrated deep into his soul. Captain Goldman had seen many Kaji, and some were stronger than him, but he had never felt the way he felt when facing David. In front of David, he was as helpless as a child. His life was like candy on the ground, and as long as David was happy, he could take it at will. Remember, your primary target is not him, but Balfour. If you can retrieve the things in the box from Balfour, then it doesn't matter if you use the power of the organization to take revenge, Nigel said in a deep voice. Please rest assured, I will complete the mission. Captain Goldman stood up straight and said loudly. All the Kaji on Lunka Planet are at your disposal. I only want results, Assistant Nigel said as he waved his hand. Captain Goldman bowed and left the room. His face was full of hatred and excitement. Once he found Balfour and got the things in the box, he could take revenge for his brothers. As he walked, he operated his ID bracelet. He had been locked up here for a few days, waiting for Assistant Nigel's arrival. Now that he was finally free, he wanted to see the latest situation. Soon, Captain Goldman unexpectedly found that Balfour had been arrested by the police and was being investigated by the police. Chapter 266. The day before the college entrance exam, the school finally let the students go back to prepare. David could finally stay at home. However, at noon, David received a message from the police station's chief Kurt, asking him to go to the police station. There were some procedures that he needed to handle personally. David walked into the police station at 2 in the afternoon. Chief Kurt's beautiful secretary still remembered David. The last time David came here, Chief Kurt paid a lot of attention to him. My name is David. I've made an appointment with Chief Kurt, David said to the secretary with a smile. The chief has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come in, the secretary said respectfully as she opened the door to the chief's office. David, come in and have a seat. Chief Kurt heard David's voice and did not put on airs as a chief at all. He walked out with a smile and turned to the secretary. Prepare coffee for David. Use the best kind. David sat down in the office. Chief Kurt sat across from David. David, I didn't want to trouble you when I heard that you had your college entrance exam tomorrow. However, the higher-ups informed me to wrap up the case quickly. I'll have to trouble you to wrap up some of the loose ends, Chief Kurt explained with a smile. He also knew that it was not appropriate to ask David to come over at this time. However, who would have thought that the higher-ups would suddenly request for the case to be wrapped up as soon as possible? This was a case that Chief Kurt had personally led. It was also his contribution. He wanted to do it perfectly without any mistakes. All the Kaji were killed by David. David had to come over personally to confirm this. Furthermore, he had to give David psychological counseling according to the rules. Of course, Chief Kurt would not mention psychological counseling. This kind of killing machine did not need psychological counseling at all. Just think about how David could still calmly finish off the Kaji who was still alive after the battle. It was clear how terrifying David's psychological quality was. Therefore, David's only mission today was to leave his electronic signature in the files of the 11 dead Kaji. This is the death report of the 11 criminals. You need to use your ID bracelet to verify it. Director Kurt didn't say anything else. He knew that David's time was tight, so he directly showed him the information that required certification. David looked at the death report of the 11 Kaji. The faces behind the masks had now become pictures. Why aren't there any names? David was in the middle of the verification process when he noticed something strange about the death report. One must know that in the interstellar era, although the population was exploding, the identity bracelet system allowed every citizen to have a clear identity on the Skynet. Those without an identity bracelet would find it difficult to move around, let alone come to Lunka Planet and enter Chia City. To tell you the truth, these Kaji's identities haven't been confirmed yet. Their identity bracelets are all fake. Director Kurt explained helplessly. The identity bracelet is fake? David asked in surprise. This wasn't Monolith Planet, where the management was lax. The management of identity bracelets here was extremely strict. Entering Lunka Planet required a lot of identity verification. No, the identity bracelets are real. It's just that their identities were all fake after investigation. Director Kurt explained softly. These Kaji's identities aren't simple, right? David said, feeling a headache coming on. He already had enough trouble. He didn't expect to attract new trouble just by participating in a police operation. It should be fine. The police rarely retaliate with a specific target. Chief Kurt said with a lack of confidence. David shook his head. He had almost killed all the Kaji by himself. If the other party was a normal organization, it would be fine. However, if it involved a force that could create identity bracelets, then it was completely different. Although it was troublesome, David still used his identity bracelet to verify the 11 death reports one by one. David, if you encounter any trouble, you can use the police internal channel to contact me immediately. Director Kurt said as he kept the death report. Just as David and Director Kurt were talking, the office door was pushed open. The director is talking to someone. You can't go in. The beautiful secretary said anxiously. I'm Goldman from the Star Sector Commercial Crime Investigation Department. I want to see Director Kurt immediately. As the beautiful secretary staggered back into the office, a figure directly entered the director's office and said loudly at the same time. Captain Goldman's gaze landed on David. The two of them had a life-and-death battle a few days ago, but they didn't recognize each other at this time. The exoskeleton armor hid Kaji's physical characteristic. The helmet also prevented Kaji's face from being exposed. When Kaji took off the exoskeleton armor, it was as if he was a different person. You go out first. Director Kurt waved his hand at the secretary and then turned to look at Captain Goldman and the 4 people behind him. He asked in a deep voice, Since when can the Star Sector Commercial Crime Investigation Department barge into my office without permission? I'm sorry, I'm just in a hurry. This is the approval document. I need to take Balfour away. Captain Goldman bowed slightly, then pulled out a document from his ID bracelet and handed it over. Director Kurt opened the document with his ID bracelet and frowned as he read it. However, David noticed that Director Kurt's footsteps had moved, and he just happened to retreat to David's side, separating Director Kurt from the 5 people from the Star Sector Commercial Crime Investigation Department. David's muscles tensed up. Although he wasn't wearing the exoskeleton armor and couldn't take out a weapon from his infinite space ring, he had a transcendent stiletto on his calf. This was his life-saving weapon. Moreover, the 5 of them didn't have any weapons on them. He wasn't afraid of any of them empty-handed. Power shock talent, extreme speed talent, and empty-handed combat, 23% mastery. These 3 talents were enough for him to exert powerful combat power even if he was empty-handed. Director Kurt fiddled with his ID bracelet a few times before letting out a long sigh of relief. Mr. Goldman, to be honest, your document is very authentic. It's very likely that it was really sent out from the Star Sector Commercial Crime Investigation Department. Unfortunately, I've worked there for 3 years and I know them very well. Your document lacks the most important electronic signature of the Chief of Investigation," Director Kurt said with a cold smile, as if David had given him enough confidence. "Director Kurt, if you need the electronic signature of the Chief of Investigation, I'll get someone to prepare it immediately. There's no problem with my identity. Please hand Balfour over to me," Captain Goldman said without any change in his expression. Director Kurt acted as if he didn't hear him. He just looked out the door from time to time. He had already sent out the alarm, but until now no one had come. This made his heart sink. "Are you waiting for the police outside to come in?" "There's no need to wait. I have a senior police officer with me this time. Your men won't come in," Captain Goldman said with a smile. Although he didn't know in advance that Director Kurt had worked in the Star Sector Commercial Crime Investigation Department before, which exposed a flaw in his perfect plan, he was not afraid. Whether it was his identity as a member of the Star Sector Commercial Crime Investigation Department or the identity of the senior police officer outside, they were all real. However, this real identity was just arranged this morning and would automatically be removed at night. "Mr. Goldman, then add the electronic signature of the Chief of Investigation, and I'll get someone to hand Balfour over to you." Director Kurt moved again. After he was completely blocked by David, he said aloud, "Director Kurt, you've made a mistake. You shouldn't refuse our request." Captain Goldman's face darkened as he said in a deep voice, "Director Kurt would not hand Balfour over. Without a complete procedure, the consequences of handing Balfour over would be his future. Balfour's crime was now too well known on Lunka Planet. Once such a public case was taken away from the police station, the result would be that the police system would have to use Director Kurt to appease public anger. "Do me a favor and I'll owe you one." Director Kurt looked at David and said pleadingly, "Director Kurt, you know the consequences of my actions," David said in a deep voice as he maintained his mental outburst state. He was not wearing the Grade 3 exoskeleton armor at the moment. His body did not have much defense compared to ordinary people, so he had activated his mental outburst from the beginning to prevent any accidents. "It's okay, I'll take care of it." Director Kurt understood what David meant and said while gritting his teeth, "You don't have to stall for time. I must take Balfour away today," Captain Goldman said with a murderous look in his eyes. David sensed the murderous look in Captain Goldman's eyes. Originally, he was still hesitating whether or not to make a move, but now he was determined. If the other party had murderous intentions, it was very likely that if they were exposed, he would take Balfour away and kill them to silence them. David stretched out his hand and pushed Director Kurt behind the huge desk. Then, he activated the two talents of power shock and extreme speed in his body. His hand touched his calf, and a green light appeared in his hand. "Go!" Captain Goldman saw that the young man wanted to resist, so he ordered without hesitation, "Go!" Even if he had to tie up Director Kurt today, he had to take Balfour away. Although Assistant Nigel seemed to be very easy to talk to. In fact, Captain Goldman was well aware of how terrifying Nigel's assistant was. If it weren't for the fact that Captain Goldman did not make any mistakes, Captain Goldman would have been tied to the operating table and become an experiment subject for Nigel's assistant. This was an opportunity that Assistant Nigel had given him to redeem himself. There was only one chance. If he failed, Assistant Nigel would not let him go, even if the enemy did not make a move. For this operation, he had mobilized a lot of resources, and he had no room to maneuver. Just as Captain Goldman yelled, "Go!" he saw a very familiar figure, a figure that was like a ghost. This figure had been keeping him awake for the past few nights. It was like a nightmare that accompanied him. His instinctive fear of the terrifying existence caused his body to involuntarily retreat. "It's you." Captain Goldman's voice changed. One could imagine how frightened he was at that moment. Yes, although David was not wearing the exoskeleton armor, He had encountered the same terrifying speed in the police station. Coupled with the familiar body movements, Captain Goldman did not have to think too much to know that this was the terrifying Kaji from that day. David did not have time to answer Captain Goldman's question. He rushed in front of the 4 people who were pouncing on him, completely ignoring the fact that he was surrounded by 4 people. A trace of his consciousness was inside the shadow attendant's body. The shadow attendant was observing the situation from the ceiling. Director Kurt was pushed behind his desk and did not get up for a while. The beautiful secretary outside was also hiding behind the secretary's desk out of fear. David was ready to use the transcendent stiletto. He did not plan to leave anyone alive. He did not want to expose the transcendent stiletto. If this thing was exposed, even the transcendent would come looking for him. When David rushed forward, the transcendent stiletto in his hand swung out at the same time as he approached the 4 people. Within 50 centimeters, the transcendent stiletto was the most terrifying weapon. When the transcendent stiletto was swung out, David's arm disappeared. Then, a green light appeared on the neck of the first person and disappeared again. Then, David's figure passed by the second person. The green light jumped again, and the second person's neck also flashed with a green light. The third person, the fourth person. When David came in front of Captain Goldman, the 4 people behind him all covered their necks and could not speak. However, it was useless to cover their necks because their necks had been sliced open by the Grade 3 Transcendent Grade Stiletto. Because the stiletto was too sharp and the attack speed was too fast, the 4 of them didn't die immediately. Captain Goldman saw everything. He opened his mouth and was about to call out the name of the weapon, but before he could do so, a green light appeared on his neck like a jumping elf and disappeared again. The whole process took less than a second. When Director Kurt climbed up from behind his desk and carefully poked his head out to check the situation, the 5 people's bodies were slowly falling to the ground. Chief Kurt saw an unbelievable scene. He felt that it had only been an instant, but all 5 of them had fallen. He looked at David again. At that moment, David was looking at him with empty hands. "David, it's done?" Director Kurt asked in disbelief. "Director Kurt, I followed your order and killed them," David reminded him. "Of course, it's my order," Director Kurt said without hesitation. He did not have the slightest thought of going back on his word. The 5 people on the ground were bleeding from their necks like 5 blood fountains. Instantly, the director's office was filled with the smell of blood. Every time he saw David fight, he felt the insignificance of life. According to his judgment, the 5 people were all Kaji. Even if they were not wearing exoskeleton armor, their combat power was still extremely strong. However, in a second, he did not see them turn into 5 corpses. Chapter 267. Ah! An ear-piercing shriek came from the door. David and Chief Kurt turned around and saw the beautiful secretary staring at the 5 corpses on the floor with wide eyes. The ear-piercing shriek came from her mouth, but she also realized that something was wrong and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Although this beautiful secretary worked in the police station, she was only an ordinary clerk and had never seen such a scene before. "What are you screaming for? Do you still have the discipline of a police officer?" A strong voice came from behind the beautiful secretary in an educating tone. Then, a hand pushed the beautiful secretary away and was about to enter the chief's office. However, before his feet touched the ground, he was also stunned by the scene in front of him. David saw clearly that this was an ordinary person. Although he was wearing the uniform of a senior inspector, he did not have much combat power. Moreover, the other party was a senior inspector, so David did not attack directly. He just gestured to Chief Kurt. Chief Kurt pulled out a police pistol from under his armpit and pointed it at the senior inspector. "Chief Kurt, how did they die?" The senior police officer looked at the 2 people in the office with a surprised look, and asked with a strong front but cowardly heart. The senior police officer knew the identity of these 5 people. As powerful armored soldiers, 5 armored soldiers in a narrow room against 2 people in the bureau chief's office was simply a matter of lifting one's hand to capture them. However, he had just comforted the police outside when the 5 Kaji were all dead. As for the pistol in Chief Kurt's hand, the senior inspector did not care too much. At least for now, he was still a senior inspector in the Skynet system. Chief Kurt would not dare to shoot a senior inspector. I should be asking who these 5 people are, why they have documents from the Starfield Commercial Crime Investigation Department, and why they tried to take away important criminals. You came with these 5 people, so please answer this question. Director Kurt was already prepared, so he directly retorted. Put down the gun. The senior police officer looked at Director Kurt's hand that was holding the gun in a stable position. His aura changed, and he spoke in a commanding tone like a superior ordering a subordinate. Answer my question. I suspect that you and these 5 people are using fake identities. Don't resist. Wait for me to check with my superiors. Otherwise I'll shoot. Director Kurt said in a deep voice. Hearing that Chief Kurt wanted to check with his superiors, the senior police officer panicked a little, but with a gun pointed at him, he had no choice but to stand still. Don't resist, do you hear me? Otherwise I'll shoot. Director Kurt suddenly raised his voice and warned loudly. David watched Kurt's performance. It was called a performance because the senior police officer didn't resist at all. An ordinary person wouldn't dare to move when a gun was pointed at him. Just as David was trying to figure out why Director Kurt did this, a gunshot rang out, and the senior officer fell to the ground. Up until the moment of his death, the senior police officer still didn't understand why Chief Kurt would open fire. Someone, ask Fergus to come in and take care of this. Director Kurt shouted towards the door. At this moment, the beautiful secretary at the door was pushed away by the senior police officer. Before she could get up from the ground, a middle-aged police officer in uniform rushed into the director's office. Director, are you okay? This police officer named Fergus asked concernedly as soon as he entered the room. He didn't pay much attention to the corpses on the ground, as if Director Kurt was the most important person here. David couldn't help but exclaim that this was a talent. At least when he saw the smile on Director Kurt's nervous face, he knew that Fergus' concern was very useful. Fergus, ask a few people to come in and take care of this. Also, record the statements of the police outside as evidence. Director Kurt ordered in a deep voice. Yes, sir. Fergus immediately saluted and replied. Fergus was Director Kurt's confidant. Actually, Director Kurt had made it very clear that recording the statements of the police outside was to prove that the senior police officer attempted to attack him. David even saw Fergus search the senior police officer's body and put his gun in his hand to fake the scene of the attack. For this kind of old police officer, it was very easy to create a scene. David, it's a bit messy here. Let's talk next door. Director Kurt didn't say anything about this and turned to speak to David. David nodded. Before he left, he casually picked up the coffee that he hadn't drunk much and gestured to Fergus before leaving the director's office. Fergus looked thoughtfully at David's back as he left, then turned back to look at the corpses on the ground. With his understanding of Director Kurt, it was impossible for him to have such skills. Then the only possibility was that this young man could still be so casual after killing 5 people. This didn't match David's age at all. David, I owe you a favor today, Director Kurt said to David as he closed the door after entering the office next door. It's nothing. I'll need Director Kurt's help in the future. David said politely. I will remove you from today's matter. You didn't participate in this matter, and you didn't kill anyone. So even if these people are proven to be criminals, you won't be rewarded. Director Kurt said solemnly. I agree. David nodded in agreement. David didn't believe that someone who could swagger into the police station and ask the director for a criminal didn't have a powerful background. Although David already had some backing on Lunka Planet, it was best if he didn't disturb those relationships. Of course, it's impossible for there to be no reward. I will personally give you your reward, Director Kurt said with a smile. Then he tapped his hand on the table and said, "You must be wondering why I shot the senior police officer directly instead of arresting him to find the mastermind. Director Kurt, you must have your own considerations," David said with a smile. "I'm scared," Director Kurt said with a bitter smile. David looked at Director Kurt in shock. He didn't expect Director Kurt to say something like that. The person called Goldman's identity in the Starfield Commercial Crime Investigation Department is real, but the 7th Action Team written on it is fake. The Starfield Commercial Crime Investigation Department doesn't have a 7th Action Team. I even believe that the senior police officer's identity can be checked on Skynet. They weren't afraid that I would check their identities on Skynet, but when I asked the higher-ups to check, the senior police officer's reaction was a little extreme. "This is very telling," Director Kurt explained to David. David had participated in the entire incident and had seen him shoot and kill, so he needed David to keep it a secret. As for killing David and killing the witnesses, Director Kurt wouldn't do that as long as he wasn't crazy. Not to mention David's terrifying combat power, even the Fox Transcendent behind David was not something he dared to provoke. "I don't want to investigate the organization behind them. It's too powerful. We can only cut off all the clues and end it once and for all," Director Kurt continued helplessly. "Director Kurt, please take care of things related to me. I'm not here. I didn't kill anyone," David said in a low voice. "Haha, you're going to take the college entrance exam tomorrow. Of course, you can't be at the police station," Director Kurt said with a smile when he heard David agree. He thought for a while and said, "I'll immediately raise your driving authority to the emergency level. This is also within my authority." When David left the police station, the entire police station was busy. David sat in his hover car. The hover car received the new authority from David's identity bracelet and immediately unlocked the altitude restrictions. The hover car automatically navigated the altitude map and returned to the villa at the fastest speed. When he returned to the villa, David summoned the shadow attendant. He pressed one hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder and a warm soul energy entered his body. It disappeared very quickly. However, when David checked his stats panel, he saw that his spirit had increased to 602. He casually glanced at the knowledge balls on the 6 people today. His eyes lit up because he saw a green knowledge ball. This was too difficult. In the previous battle, he had killed so many elite Kaji, but he didn't get a single green master-level knowledge ball. David's mind moved slightly, and the shadow attendant immediately displayed its name on the green knowledge ball. Negotiator, 12% complete. David looked at the other 5 knowledge balls he got today. They were all Kaji's weapon mastery knowledge balls. These knowledge balls were all at the advanced proficient level. Unfortunately, they were useless to David now. Through these 5 weapon mastery knowledge balls, David knew that the Negotiator, 12% complete, knowledge ball was the ability of the senior police officer who was shot by Director Kurt. Perhaps even the senior police officer didn't expect that Chief Kurt would open fire right after the discussion. Otherwise, with the senior police officer's master-level Negotiator ability, he might not be able to change Director Kurt's mind, but saving his life wouldn't be a problem. However, Director Kurt didn't give the senior police officer any time to use his mouth. The master-level Negotiator ability didn't even get a chance to be used before he was killed. David also understood why the police outside didn't listen to Director Kurt's call. A big reason was this master-level Negotiator. Facing this knowledge ball, David was a little hesitant. He didn't know if absorbing this kind of knowledge ball would affect his ability to act. After all, he was already used to not saying much. As long as there was a chance, he would act immediately. Of course, this matter didn't bother him for long. At the moment, the master-level negotiator was useless to him, so he left it in the shadow attendant for the time being. He wanted to see what kind of power was behind these people. He was different from Director Kurt in this regard. Or rather, David's investigation methods were more secretive, so he was confident that he wouldn't be discovered by the other party. David had already recorded the faces of the 6 people with his ID bracelet when he was in the police chief's office. At this moment, he imported the 6 faces into the Sky Dome artificial intelligence system and had it investigate them. The order he gave to the Sky Vault AI system was that even if the investigation was slow or they couldn't get any results, they couldn't be discovered. After the Sky Vault AI system started to work, David, who was rarely free, sat on the rooftop of the 3rd floor of the villa. The AI butler, Emma, served him fruit. He looked at the beautiful scenery around him and completely relaxed his body. The result of using the transcendent stiletto for the first time today was very satisfying. Within a distance of 50 centimeters, the transcendent stiletto attack would never miss. Of course, 50 centimeters was indeed too short for Kaji, who was wearing exoskeleton armor. In addition, although the transcendent stiletto was made of 3rd-grade material, its lethality was greatly reduced due to the length of the transcendent stiletto itself. This was the weakness of the transcendent stiletto. However, this didn't affect David's fondness for the transcendent stiletto. In a situation where he didn't have the opportunity to wear armor, the transcendent stiletto could be used to kill when he encountered danger. Perhaps in the future, he could use the transcendent stiletto to practice a set of stiletto techniques based on the characteristics of the transcendent stiletto. His current use of the transcendent stiletto was completely dependent on his 23% proficient level bare-handed combat ability and his extreme speed talent. If he didn't encounter an expert, he could easily kill the enemy. However, if he encountered a real expert, his proficient level bare-handed combat ability would be somewhat lacking. While he was thinking, he received a report from the Sky Vault AI system on his ID bracelet. He didn't expect to receive the investigation results so quickly. This made David very surprised. He was very clear about the ability of the Sky Vault AI system. There shouldn't be a result so quickly. However, when he saw the conclusion at the end of the report, he realized that the investigation had been suspended. Only then did he realize. David's brows furrowed as he looked at the results of the investigation. His expression became more cautious. This was because he saw Goldman's identity. He was an internal affairs officer of the Interstellar Federation. In other words, he was a staff member of the intelligence agency. Goldman and the other 4 people's identities in the Interstellar Commercial Crime Investigation Department were also obtained from a staff member with a background in internal affairs. As for the senior police inspector, his identity was obtained by a high-ranking police officer who had a background in internal affairs. Everything pointed to the Internal Affairs Department. However, David didn't dare to investigate the Internal Affairs Department at all. The Internal Affairs Department had a lot of authority. It was a department with a lot of privileges. Clean up all traces. David ordered the Sky Vault AI system. He was very clear about the capabilities of the Sky Vault AI system. Even if it discovered something, no matter how it investigated, it would only be able to find the identity of the person who stole the account. It would be impossible for it to have anything to do with David. Chapter 268. On the morning of the college entrance examination, David didn't stop practicing the advanced Kaji body technique and soft body technique. He only ended his practice at 7 a.m. after consuming the level 3 strengthened meat. He came out of the jean repair cabin and saw Emma in the cafeteria. "Emma, why are you here today?" David asked with a smile. Emma was already used to David's emotionless way of speaking. "Today is your college entrance examination. I'll send you there," Emma replied with a smile. She then pointed at David's freshly changed clothes and wet hair. She shook her head and said, "You don't even let yourself rest during the college entrance examination. The body technique I'm practicing is a little special. I can't stop practicing," David explained with a smile. He felt a little happy that Emma was sending him to the college entrance examination. He also felt a little strange that a parent was sending him to the college entrance examination. This is the breakfast you made?" David asked in surprise as he sat at the dining table. He realized that today's breakfast was completely different from before. "Yes, this is the must-win meal I made," Emma nodded and said with a hint of pride in her eyes. The must-win meal was a custom on the Lunka planet. Before every major examination, the examinees' families would prepare a must-win meal for them in hopes that they would be able to perform at their best and achieve good results. David had heard about it from Moore's classmates in school. He didn't pay much attention to it at that time as he didn't have any relatives here. He thought that no one would prepare a must-win meal for him. Of course, it wasn't that no one was paying attention to his college entrance examination. The Fox Transcendent and his 3 disciples had sent messages to David last night to cheer him on. "Emma is amazing. This must-win meal tastes great. It's the best breakfast I've ever had." David took a bite of the must-win meal and gave a thumbs up to Emma, who was looking at him expectantly. To be honest, the taste of this Pizza Hut meal could only be considered average. It was only average when compared to ordinary people. It couldn't be compared to Emma, who was an AI butler at the level of a chef. However, David could feel the intense emotions in the Pizza Hut. This was something that other chefs, including the AI butler, Emma, could not give him. "Really?" Emma smiled happily. Only the female bodyguard, Leona, who was standing at the side, knew that in order to practice this must-win meal, Emma had taken time out of her busy daily work to find a professional chef to guide her. Emma had never cooked before, and because of her background, she had never had the opportunity to come into contact with such things. Therefore, everything had to start from the beginning. There were already several minor injuries. If it weren't for the advanced treatment methods, with Emma's current popularity, the injuries on her hands might have become big news. They didn't take Emma's personal hover car. Instead, they took David's hover car. Emma's hover car was too eye-catching, and it was almost impossible to stop. Everywhere it stopped, there would be crazy crowds. Just as David's hover car left the villa, 2 police hover cars approached. "Mr. David, I am Fergus. I am under the orders of Chief Kurt to escort you to the exam venue." A voice that David was familiar with rang out through the hover car's channel. David couldn't help but smile and shake his head. This was Chief Kurt expressing his gratitude to David. "Officer Fergus, thank you." David didn't refuse and thanked him with a smile. The 2 police hover cars led the way in front, and David's hover car followed behind. "David, you're even more ostentatious than me now. You even have a police car to clear the way when you go out?" Emma said in a surprised and slightly mocking tone. The Interstellar Federation's mobilization of police resources could easily cause trouble. Therefore, even though Emma was a famous singer and was becoming more and more famous, she still couldn't enjoy the privilege of having a police hover car clear the way. At most, when she attended events, there would be police officers to maintain order. "I'm working part-time as a consultant at the police station, so I have some special treatment," David explained with a smile. "It's been very chaotic recently. Will the consultant at the police station be very troublesome?" Emma wasn't happy to hear David's explanation. Instead, she asked with concern. She knew that the law and order had been very bad recently. Many people had died and the police had also been injured. especially when Emma heard some insider news when she returned home. She understood how dangerous the police were at that time, so she was especially concerned. It's fine. The reason I'm working as a consultant is so that I can legally wear the exoskeleton armor when I run into trouble. This was arranged by Uncle Fox. David continued to explain with a smile, as he felt Emma's concern. Emma was relieved when she heard that it was arranged by Fox Transcendent. She knew that Fox Transcendent and David were very close. Fox Transcendent wouldn't harm David. The exam venue was at Lunka No. 1 High School. When David arrived, there were dozens of police hover cars flying in the sky above Lunka No. 1 High School. Mr. David, we are responsible for the safety of this place. All hover cars are not allowed to enter within 2 kilometers of the school. However, you can directly park within the school grounds. Officer Fergus' voice sounded from the channel again. He was the one who took care of the corpses yesterday. He also participated in the investigation after the incident. The corpses with their throats slit were all peak-level Kaji when they were alive. 5 peak-level armored soldiers were slaughtered by David alone in an office where no one was wearing armor, and no one was injured. This reminded Officer Fergus of the 11 Kaji who were killed before. They were also killed by a consultant. He didn't even need to investigate to be sure that the Kaji was David. That was why Officer Fergus was so respectful when he received the order from Kurt. "Will it cause you any trouble?" David didn't mind. However, with Emma in the hover car, it was a good thing that they could park in the school where there were fewer people, so he asked with a smile. "It's no trouble at all. Please follow me." Officer Fergus quickly replied. With the 2 hover cars leading the way, David's hover car flew into Lunka First High School. "Look, who's coming to visit? There's a police hover car leading the way." A student pointed at the hover car in the sky and said curiously, "Gosh, isn't that David's hover car?" Muir, who had already walked into the school, looked up and saw the hover car following behind the police hover car. He muttered to himself in shock. Then, he couldn't help but shake his head, thinking that he must have seen wrongly. "Emma, you go to work first," David said to Emma when the hover car stopped. "Okay, I'll come and pick you up after the exam in the afternoon," Emma said with a smile. Then, she made a gesture of do your best and said, "All the best." David looked at the cute Emma and jumped off the hover car with a smile. He happened to see Muir, who was not far away, staring with wide eyes. "David, you're definitely the student with the strongest background in our Lunka private high school," Muir said in a low voice as they entered the examination hall. From Muir's point of view, in the entire Lunka private high school, and even among all the examinees in Chia City, David was the only one who drove a hover car directly into the examination hall. If he didn't have a background, what else could it be? "Muir, the exam is about to start. Are you ready?" David didn't want to explain too much. This extravagance wasn't a so-called background, but something he obtained with his own strength. He changed the topic and asked, "I bought more than 10 transportation items. There won't be a problem for the exam." Muir replied confidently. David couldn't help but be stunned when he heard his preparations. The exam in the morning was mathematics. David never thought that it would be so strict. Lunka First High School had probably considered the needs of the college entrance exam when it was built. When David sat in his seat, a shield fell from the ceiling. He turned his head to look. Every examinee in this examination hall was similarly enveloped by a shield of light. David realized that his bracelet's connection with the outside world had been cut off. The bracelet flashed with a red light, indicating that it had been suspended. It seemed that not only was the signal from the outside world blocked, even the bracelet's authority was temporarily sealed. On the table in front of David, there was only a display screen, which showed that he was waiting for the exam. David also saw a separate surveillance camera above his head. On the wall of the examination hall, There were surveillance cameras monitoring every examinee from every angle. The exam here was almost flawless. Of course, this level of surveillance couldn't stop the shadow attendant. However, David didn't need to use the shadow attendant to cheat. With his results, he didn't need anyone's help at all. The exam began with the questions displayed on the display screen. These questions were randomly generated from the huge database of questions according to the corresponding rules. In other words, every examinee here had a different set of questions. This also eliminated the possibility of cheating to a certain extent. Every question in the database of questions had a corresponding difficulty rating. This ensured that every examinee had the same difficulty and there wouldn't be different sets of questions. During the process of the exam, David didn't feel that it was difficult. He didn't try to speed up. This kind of important exam was also very important to him. He would think about every question carefully and answer them seriously. 3 hours was enough for an average student to finish the exam. Of course, there wasn't any time to think about difficult questions. After the exam in the morning, none of the examinees were allowed to leave the school. They had to go to the cafeteria for lunch. After lunch, they would rest for an hour before continuing the exam in the afternoon. There were 2 exams in the afternoon, and they only ended at 6:30 p.m. When the last exam was over, the results of the exam could be seen from the state of the examinees when they walked out of the examination hall. There were 2 possibilities for those who looked relaxed. One was that their results were good and they were very confident in themselves. The other was that they were confident in themselves because their results wouldn't be good and there wouldn't be a miracle in the exam. As for those who looked annoyed, depressed, or regretful, they were all examinees who had really screwed up. Of course, most of the examinees were relaxed. They were relaxed after the college entrance exam. They didn't have to study crazily every day. Other than the examinees who still had to participate in the physical skills exam, the rest of the examinees entered a state of vacation without any homework. This was the most relaxing vacation of one's life. After entering university, there would be the pressure of exams, studies, and work. There wouldn't be such a relaxing vacation anymore. David, on the other hand, looked indifferent. His results were needless to say. Although there were some difficult questions in this exam, he still managed to answer them with his ability. Moreover, as his abilities increased, his yearning for the first college of Iridia decreased by a lot. Student David, how do you feel about yourself? David thought to himself. Emma was still waiting. Just as he was about to quicken his pace and leave, he saw Principal Grover come up to him and ask this question. Principal Grover's eyes were filled with anticipation. If David's results could be as good as in the school's internal exams, reaching or approaching full marks almost every time, then the top scorer of the college entrance exam on Lunka Planet and even the Iridia Star region might be David's. For Lunka Private High School, this would be a chance to make a name for themselves. A school that could nurture a top scorer of the college entrance exam was enough to go down in school history. It felt a little difficult. The rest was similar to the mock exams in school. David replied with a smile. He looked at the hover car descending in the distance and continued, Principal Grover, a friend is coming to pick me up. I'll take my leave first. Go ahead. Principal Grover nodded. Principal Grover looked at David's back as he left. For a moment, he was happy, but at the same time, he was worried. David's reply didn't make him feel at ease. Instead, it made him even more uncertain. David, congratulations on not being a high school student anymore. From today onwards, you've officially graduated. Emma congratulated David with a smile as soon as he entered the hover car. Although her family didn't say anything, Emma felt very pressured to be in a relationship with a high school student. She was afraid that other people would talk about it. I still have a physical skills exam tomorrow before I'm done with all the college entrance exams. David reminded her a little embarrassedly. Emma's face immediately turned red. She was embarrassed by her mistake. She looked at her agent, Lucia, who had accompanied her here. Her schedule was all set by Lucia. To send David to the college entrance exams, they needed to allocate time in advance. Lucia hadn't told her that David's exams were not over yet. Lucia shrugged helplessly. She hadn't taken the college entrance exams for the Kaji specialization. Similarly, Emma hadn't taken the college entrance exams for the Kaji specialization. Neither of them had thought of this. You don't have to send me to the exam tomorrow. I only need a short time to finish tomorrow. David saw Emma's mistake and said with a smile. I can cancel the schedule, Emma said as she tugged at her agent, Lucia. Emma, it's hard to cancel tomorrow's schedule, Lucia reminded her softly. Emma, I'm not a child. With my strength, tomorrow's physical skills exam will be very boring. David joked. All right, but you must let me know the results after the exam. Emma didn't insist. She had seen David's strength. Her 2 female bodyguards were no match for him. This was just taking the college entrance exams for the Kaji specialization. There shouldn't be any problems. Chapter 269. David was in the middle of the line of physical skills examinees, and this was the result of him arriving early. The afternoon sun was scorching hot, causing the already scorching temperature to rise even higher. David and the other examinees stood in line under the sun. Most of the examinees were nervous, and with the addition of the sun, their foreheads were covered in sweat. David, on the other hand, wasn't sweating at all. For someone like him who was already a mid-level Kaji, this kind of environment had very little effect on his body. He looked at the physical skills examinees in the line, and discovered that there were many examinees who weren't affected by the heat like him. Presumably, they had also reached Kaji level. It could be seen that although there weren't many third-year students who had reached Kaji level, there were still a few. It wasn't that rare. The line of examinees moved forward quickly. When David walked into the physical skills testing room, he felt a cool breeze. In front of him, an examinee was passing through a scanning device that looked like a door. When the examinee passed through the door, a red light lit up on the door and a voice sounded out, "Physical skills failed." When the examinee heard the voice, his face was filled with disappointment, but he didn't say anything. He had probably come here hoping for a fluke. He could only turn left, and that was the exit door. Then, another examinee passed through the door. This time, the green light lit up, and a voice sounded out, "Physical skills passed, score 920. The examinee waved his fist excitedly. Looking at the students behind him, he nodded in a show of force, and walked straight into the official testing area. One by one, the examinees passed through the door. Every examinee only needed 5 seconds to receive their result. Finally, it was David's turn. When David passed through the door, he felt a faint energy fluctuation on his skin. This was the result of his 5 senses being strengthened. Physical skills passed, score 1730. This result stunned the examinees behind him, and they looked at him with a different gaze. 1730 meant that David's strength had reached 1730 kilograms. David had been eating third-grade strengthened meat these days, and his own strength attribute through the shadow attendant wasn't too far from this value. Being able to reach Kaji's 1,000 kilograms after graduating from high school was already very impressive. It was extremely difficult to attain even greater strength, and it was almost only possible with top-notch resources. Of course, this also required the corresponding talent. Otherwise, even with top-notch resources, one would not be able to improve quickly. However, no matter what, becoming an intermediate Kaji in the 3rd year of high school, even though it only meant that he had reached the intermediate Kaji in terms of strength, it was enough for him to be ranked among the top of the candidates. When David heard the results, he wasn't as excited as the other examinees. His opponent had long been an expert like Kaji. These examinees, who were about the same age as him, were nothing in his eyes. Walking straight through a door, David saw a workbench. Behind the workbench stood a young female teacher with a teacher's identity tag on her chest. "Please place your ID bracelet in front of the identification machine," the female teacher said with a smile. David scanned his ID bracelet on the identification machine on the workbench. In front of the female teacher, David's identity and his previous physical skills results appeared on the screen in front of the female teacher. "Student David, your physical skills results are very good. What kind of weapon do you want to take the test?" When the female teacher saw David's physical skills score of more than 1,700 kilograms, the smile on her face widened as she asked with a smile, "I want to test my mastery of the heavy axe." David didn't hesitate and said the weapon he had long thought of. The reason why he chose the heavy axe was because he already had a third-grade heavy axe. He wanted to use his own knowledge to increase his mastery of the heavy axe after entering university. This way, he would be able to fully utilize the advantages of his third-grade heavy axe. Although a third-grade heavy axe couldn't be used casually, it was enough to change the outcome of a battle in a life-or-death situation. Using the shadow attendant to absorb souls to obtain knowledge glows to increase his mastery of the weapon, David's mastery of the weapon had reached the perfect level. This had become more and more difficult. It wasn't easy to meet a weapon master. Even if he met one, he couldn't just kill them for no reason. At least, David couldn't do it. Therefore, for a very long time, it would be very difficult for him to increase his mastery of the weapon. If he wanted to increase it, he would need to practice hard. The fastest way to improve his mastery of the weapon was, of course, to receive complete and systematic teaching. The First College of Iridia was one of the few universities that had a weapon master teaching. "Go to examination room 3. The examiner is waiting for you there," the female teacher said as she operated on the screen. David nodded and turned to walk inside. The examiner was very considerate. A map of examination room 3 appeared on David's ID bracelet. David just had to follow the map. After walking through a passage and passing by a few examination rooms, David arrived at the door of examination room 3. He used his ID bracelet to scan the door. The door opened automatically, revealing a small practice room. "Candidate David, go to the weapon rack and pick up a heavy axe. Then, practice a set of heavy axe techniques in the field. I will give you a score based on your practice." The middle-aged examiner sitting in the corner of examination room 3 said without even raising his head. All the examiners here were Kaji professors from various universities. Their mastery of the weapon might not be very high, but their eyesight and judgment were enough to evaluate the weapon mastery level of a third-year high school student. David picked up a black ironwood heavy axe and walked to the center of the field. At this moment, the middle-aged examiner also raised his head. He didn't need the candidate to perform the entire set of heavy axe technique. He only needed to perform 1 or 2 moves and he would give a score. The previous candidates were like this. Otherwise, although a large number of unqualified candidates were eliminated, the number of qualified candidates who chose to take the heavy axe mastery test would be enough to slow down the progress of the exam. It wasn't just him, but all the weapon mastery test evaluations were like this. The heavy axe technique David displayed was a very common set of basic heavy axe technique. This set of basic heavy axe techniques was the first set of heavy axe techniques that any student who studied heavy axe mastery would learn. The middle-aged examiner wrinkled his eyebrows. When he saw the starting stance, he recognized this set of heavy axe technique. Almost no candidate would use this set of basic heavy axe techniques to participate in the exam. This was because this set of basic heavy axe techniques was too common. If one wanted to improve their heavy axe mastery through practicing this set of basic heavy axe techniques, it would be very slow. This set of basic heavy axe techniques was a set of basic heavy axe technique. Beginners could understand the basic use of heavy axes through this set of technique. Just when the middle-aged examiner wasn't optimistic about David moved. The black ironwood heavy axe in David's hand moved forward with a basic heavy chop. Even if the middle-aged examiner wasn't in front of David and wasn't the target of this basic heavy chop, he still felt a violent murderous aura fill the air. Although it was just a basic heavy chop that couldn't be more common, but the middle-aged examiner could feel that David was able to bring out the characteristics of the heavy axe to its fullest. Berserk, brave, indomitable momentum, these were the characteristics of the heavy axe. Even if there was a mountain in front of him, the person who used the heavy axe would still have the momentum to split the mountain in half. After David finished his basic heavy chop, it was immediately followed by a sweep. One after another of the basic heavy axe techniques was displayed. The middle-aged examiner's expression was somewhat sluggish. David's heavy axe mastery made him doubt whether he was suitable to use heavy axes. He was a university instructor who had been teaching heavy axe mastery for many years. He could see that David's heavy axe mastery had reached the master level, but he couldn't judge to what extent it was at the master level. This was because his own heavy axe mastery was only at the advanced proficient level. David's basic heavy axe technique was too advanced. It was so advanced that he couldn't evaluate it. The basic heavy axe technique was only a technique that connected the attack methods of the heavy axe, so the time it took to complete the set was very short. It only took 2 minutes for the set of basic heavy axe techniques to be completed. David withdrew his momentum. This time, he didn't hold back at all when he displayed his heavy axe mastery. This was an exam, so he needed to display his full strength in order to obtain the best evaluation. But he held the black ironwood heavy axe in his hand and waited for a while. He didn't hear the examiner's evaluation, so he couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Student David, please wait a moment. I will ask the head invigilator, Master Leo, to come over. I am unable to evaluate your heavy axe mastery," the middle-aged examiner said to David very awkwardly. "Sorry to trouble you." David wasn't in a hurry. He nodded and said. In less than a minute, an old man carrying a heavy axe with a leather sheath on his back walked into exam room 3 with a vigorous gait. "Master Leo, this is student David. His heavy axe mastery has reached the master level. I am unable to evaluate it," the middle-aged examiner respectfully said to the old man. "I didn't expect a heavy axe master to appear among the examinees this time." Master Leo looked at David with great interest. Among the students who applied for the college entrance exam for the Kaji specialization, there were many who had excellent qualifications. Most of their performances were talents, such as having a special attribute talent, or showing potential in the mastery of certain weapons. But a weapon master was no longer a matter of potential. It was a matter of battle strength. "My name is Leo, and I am a heavy axe master. I will take over as your examiner. The content of the exam is very simple. Use the heavy axe in your hand to attack me, and I will evaluate your heavy axe mastery level," Master Leo said as he casually took a black ironwood heavy axe from the weapon rack. "Master Leo, please advise me." David was also interested. Previously, when he encountered a weapon master, because he was in a life-and-death situation, he could only use all means to kill his opponent. He didn't get to enjoy the process of battle. David raised the heavy axe above his head and stared into Master Leo's eyes. Then, David shouted, and an unparalleled aura with a thick killing intent enveloped Master Leo. The heavy axe chopped down at Master Leo. Master Leo felt David's killing intent, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. How many people had he killed to have such a killing intent? The slight disdain in his heart also disappeared. He also let out a roar, and the heavy axe in his hand was swung up from the bottom to the top. Different from David's killing intent, Master Leo's heavy axe had a fierce intent. Although it was a black ironwood heavy axe in his hand, it gave off an aura that could split mountains. David knew his own weakness. He didn't have enough strength, especially in a situation where he wasn't facing Kaji. Without the exoskeleton armor to share the attack power, he could only try to reduce the collision of weapons as much as possible. The heavy axe made an arc in the air and turned into a diagonal slash. It avoided Master Leo's uppercut and continued to attack. Master Leo's heavy axe also changed. It moved sideways, and while avoiding David's attack, it launched a counterattack. The heavy axes of the two men had not collided with each other even once during their continuous attack. However, both of them had given each other an extremely strong sense of oppression. David's attack was full of killing intent, while Master Leo's attack was steady and fierce. The two of them went back and forth in the small practice room. The middle-aged examiner's face had long changed color. He tried his best to distance himself from the two of them, but his eyes were fixed on the battle in the field. This might be a battle between two heavy axe masters that he rarely saw in his life. As the battle progressed, Master Leo became more and more serious. He forgot that this was still an exam. As a heavy axe master, it was rare for him to meet a worthy opponent. This kind of opportunity was too rare. David was also more and more shocked. His opponent Master Leo's heavy axe mastery was even higher than his. It should be known that his heavy axe mastery had reached 70% perfection. It was already the strongest weapon mastery he had. At the beginning, David had used almost half of his strength. After that, he couldn't gain any advantage, so he continued to display his strength. At this moment, he had already used all of his strength. As for Master Leo, as David's strength increased, he also continuously increased his strength to fight against David. After David fully displayed his strength, he continued to increase his strength. Master Leo's heavy axe chopped towards David. The black ironwood heavy axe didn't make any sound as it sliced through the air. After David barely dodged this heavy axe chop, there was an explosion in the air. Master Leo's next heavy axe also didn't make any sound. Its speed was extremely fast, but David couldn't avoid it. David could only use his heavy axe to block in front of his body. Boom! After fighting for nearly 2 minutes, the two weapons collided for the first time. David only felt his hand go numb, followed by a huge force. He couldn't help but continuously retreat. He wanted to use his feet to continuously retreat to eliminate the impact. Master Leo naturally wouldn't let go of the advantage he had gained in this fight. He continuously rushed forward, the heavy axe in his hand continuously accumulating strength as he moved forward. David felt danger. Because he wanted to have a fair fight before, he didn't activate his other talents. Now that he felt danger, he didn't hesitate and activated his power shock talent. Master Leo's long accumulated attack came again. Master Leo was confident that after this attack, he would be able to break David's defense. In this retreat and advance, Master Leo was accumulating strength, while David was dissipating it. This made the difference in strength between the two even more obvious. Master Leo had been at the peak of Kaji for many years. He had enough confidence to defeat David. Chapter 270. Defeat. Master Leo roared. He had long regarded David as an opponent of the same level, not a candidate, so he had used all his strength in this attack. Defeating an opponent of the same level made Master Leo very excited. David's spiritual outburst made Master Leo's fast attacks slow down. David did not intend to use his extreme speed talent, so his speed was not enough to avoid Master Leo's attack. But it was enough for David to use his heavy axe to block Master Leo's attack path. This was also the first time David had been in a passive defensive position. Ever since he had become a heavy axe master, he had never been suppressed by an opponent in battle. It could be said that he had cheated. Spiritual outburst and strength shock were not related to heavy axe mastery. This was a test for heavy axe mastery. A loud sound rang out in the field. David felt the heavy axe in his hand almost fall out. Fortunately, he still had his shield master ability. Faced with this powerful attack, he instinctively used Shield Master's force deflection technique. His feet took 4 or 5 steps on the ground. The specially reinforced ground suffered a destructive force because of his force deflection technique. As David's feet stepped on the ground, 2 long marks appeared. In that instant, David lost his ability to attack. In fact, he also lost his ability to defend. He had used shield deflection technique, but his hands were not a shield. When the shield deflected the force, it could still maintain its defense. Master Leo could have followed up with another attack, but to the surprise of the middle-aged examiner, after this attack, Master Leo's body actually stopped moving. It's the strength talent. Master Leo was shocked. At the same time, he came to his senses. This was a test. He had used all his strength. If David had not reacted appropriately, this attack could have seriously injured David. Or perhaps, without the influence of David's strength shock, he would have dealt the final blow after David's defense was fully activated. That way, David would at least be seriously injured. Injuring an examinee during an exam was enough to make Master Leo famous in the industry. "I'm sorry, I didn't hold back." Master Leo bowed and apologized to David. "Master Leo, can you give me a score now?" David asked unhappily. If they had agreed that it would be a battle of life and death, he would not have allowed Master Leo to unleash his full strength. He would have killed Master Leo with a single spiritual arrow. This was a tactic he had used many times, and it was very effective. At the very least, he had yet to meet an opponent of Kaji's level who could resist the spiritual arrow. "Master David, your mastery of heavy axes has already reached the level of an advanced master, and you also have the talent of strength oscillation. You are one of the top geniuses of the Elydia planetary system." Master Leo did not mind David's attitude. Instead, he smiled and asked expectantly, "May I know which university you plan to apply to?" "I plan to apply to the first college of Iridia." David did not hide his answer. "Haha, Master David, no matter what your academic results are, I guarantee that you will receive an acceptance letter from the first college of Iridia." Master Leo could not help but laugh when he heard which university David was applying to. "Master Leo, are you a teacher at the first college of Iridia?" David heard Master Leo's promise and could not help but ask. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am the martial arts instructor of the Kaji specialization in the first college of Iridia." Master Leo smiled and introduced himself. "Master Leo, I don't need any special treatment. I believe that my academic results are enough for me to get into the first college of Iridia." David shook his head and rejected Master Leo's kindness. David was very curious about the strength of the first college of Iridia. A martial arts instructor was actually a heavy axe master, and he was even above the advanced level. This made him even more determined to get into the first college of Iridia to improve his strength. He had a lot more confidence in the first college of Iridia. However, David did not want to use his connections to get into the first college of Iridia. He did not need to. He knew his academic results well, and he would definitely surprise many people. "It seems like you are very confident in yourself. I will wait for you in the first college of Iridia," Master Leo said with a smile. He did not find David's thoughts strange. Geniuses like him were all proud. However, Master Leo immediately contacted the college. No matter how David did in the academic test, he would get David into the college even if he had to use his special recommendation. Instructors with master-level abilities like Master Leo had certain benefits in the first college of Iridia. The special recommendation was one of the benefits. However, the masters were very prideful and rarely used this special recommendation. If a student who was specially recommended by a master did not perform well, it would bring shame to the master who recommended him. However, after the battle with David, Master Leo did not have any other thoughts. He only wanted to get David into the first college of Iridia. It would be a loss for the first college of Iridia if such a genius were to go to other colleges. David's physical skills exam ended and he left the exam hall. The results would be announced the next day. Dean Barry, I met a genius. You must get him into the college. After David left, Master Leo immediately found a secluded corner and contacted Dean Barry of the Kaji specialization in the first college of Iridia. Leo, what kind of genius did you meet? Dean Barry asked curiously. Master Leo could be very arrogant. In the past, no matter how talented the students were, he rarely praised them. Today, he took the initiative to contact him with a request. This showed how much importance Master Leo placed on this genius. Thinking about how Master Leo went to take part in the physical skills exam in Chia City today, it meant that there was a genius among the candidates in Chia City who could move Master Leo's heart. I'll send you the name. Take a look. Master Leo was anxious and immediately sent David's name over. Director Barry had a lot of authority. He could access most of the people's detailed information. He could even access some of the more secretive information. This was the influence of a top university in the Star Sector. The first college of Iridia's graduates could be found all over the Iridia Star Sector. Among the top people in every industry, a large proportion of them graduated from the first college of Iridia. As the dean of the Kaji specialization in this top university, Dean Barry had the authority to see the top secret information of the military, government, and other departments. Therefore, he easily got David's public information. When he opened the information, even though he often read about geniuses, he couldn't help but be amazed by David's information. Leo, what do you think about David's strength? Dean Barry looked at the information and asked Master Leo. Master David's exposed strength is the power shock talent and a high-level heavy axe master. Master Leo replied. When Master Leo said David's name, he especially added the title of master. This was a form of respect for David's identity as a master. It was also a form of recognition. From what you've said, David should still be hiding his strength? Dean Barry understood the hidden meaning behind Master Leo's words, so he asked. I attacked with all my strength, and Master David used his power shock talent when he was in danger. However, I felt that he was far more than that. During the battle, I felt that Master David was very confident. It was a confidence that he could kill me at any time. Therefore, I suspect that Master David has a trump card. Master Leo replied in a deep voice. Master Leo was a veteran heavy axe master. Every weapon master had extraordinary spirit, and Master Leo was no exception. In fact, his spirit was even higher than the average weapon master. After many years of training as a heavy axe master, his spirit had some special senses. It was sensitive to danger, evil, and so on. During the battle with David, the reason why Master Leo could not help but attack with all his strength was because he sensed danger. His body reacted instinctively. Even when David was at a disadvantage, he still maintained his spirit of contempt. That was the attitude of someone who was willing to take any life. That was why Master Leo came to the conclusion that David had a trump card. After hearing Master Leo's analysis and combining it with David's information, Dean Barry said with a smile, Leo, to be honest, after looking at David's information, if you and David were to fight to the death, it's hard to say who would be the one to survive. Dean Barry, what did you find? Master Leo asked curiously. Before you, this David had already killed at least 4 weapon masters. He also used some tricks to kill a transcendent. Do you know what the military said about him? Dean Barry paused and asked. What do you mean? Hurry up and tell me. Master Leo quickly asked. I heard you recently collected a bottle of red wine. Dean Barry said with a smile. When we get back, I'll treat you to a bottle of red wine. Master Leo said without hesitation. He had been friends with Director Barry for decades, and they had a very close relationship. Kaji is invincible. Isn't that a high enough evaluation? Dean Barry said with a smile. Is the military trying to kill Master David? Master Leo immediately guessed the main point. It doesn't matter if the military is trying to kill David or not. This evaluation shows how terrifying David is. In just a year, he has killed more than 100 Kajis. Dean Barry did not care if the military was trying to harm Abel. No matter what, the military's evaluation would not be random. The military's internal structure was very complicated. The evaluation might be a little malicious, but Kaji is invincible had to be approved by most of the people who participated in the evaluation. No wonder David's killing intent is so strong. Master Leo shook his head and said, killing intent had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that it could increase one's attack power, especially for those with weak willpower. When faced with a strong killing intent, their strength would be weakened. However, maintaining the killing intent was a huge problem. It required constant killing to maintain it. If one wanted to increase it, they would need to kill more. This kind of killing was not a normal killing. Only by killing opponents with similar strength could one obtain enough killing intent. In addition, too much killing intent would affect a person's consciousness, which would have a subtle influence on a person's spirit. This was often seen in veterans who had been on the battlefield for a long time. The killing intent would make them lose their mind and do something unexpected. Master Leo also had a strong killing intent when he was young. However, after so many years of teaching, his killing intent had become more stable and sharp. Leo, you don't need to use your special recommendation. I will directly send out an acceptance letter to someone like him. I believe David will become your student soon. Dean Barry understood Master Leo's plan and said with a smile, I don't dare to accept Master David as my student, but I can always practice with him and improve together. Master Leo's eyes lit up and said humbly. Not long after David returned to the mansion, he received a message from Emma asking about the results of the body technique exam. David told her the good news, and they chatted for a while before ending the conversation. At night, David used the shadow servant to train in the crystal meditation art, and then placed the shadow servant on the origin gathering disc to train on its own, while he collapsed on the bed and prepared to sleep. However, before he could fall asleep, his ID bracelet vibrated. Mentally exhausted, he forced himself to look at his ID bracelet and saw that it was a call from Fox Transcendent. He couldn't help but feel strange. Why would they call him so late? Uncle Fox, good evening. David took the initiative to greet him as soon as he picked up the call. Haha, David, you've made me and Garen proud this time. Fox Transcendent was obviously very excited as he laughed. What's wrong with me? David shook his dizzy head and asked in confusion. What else could it be? Your college entrance exam results are out. Fox Transcendent said with a smile. Then he said in a proud voice, Principal Grover just contacted me and thanked me for sending you to him. The college entrance exam results are out. David heard this and his spirits were lifted. He then asked curiously, didn't they say that only geniuses would get their results? Fox Transcendent was in a particularly good mood today and joked with David. Principal Grover has some connections in the industry. What's so strange about knowing the college entrance exam results in advance? Aren't you curious about your results? It should be pretty good, right? David said with a smile. Fox Transcendent laughed as he replied, It's not just pretty. You're number 1 on Lunka Planet in terms of culture, and also number 1 on Lunka Planet in terms of physical skills. It'll take some time before the star field rankings are released. However, Principal Grover is so happy that he probably won't be able to sleep peacefully tonight. Chapter 271. David did not rest well that night. After the Fox Transcendent, Principal Grover contacted David. Jenlise, Emerson, and Anita also called David one after another to congratulate him. David only rested for 4 hours that night. His strong constitution played a role. The next morning, he woke up at 6 o'clock and began his morning cultivation. At 9 o'clock, David left in a hover car. He needed to go to Lunka Private High School to attend the graduation ceremony and fill in his application form. Actually, he did not have to go to Lunka Private High School to fill in his application form. However, Principal Grover had gone to Lunka Private High School yesterday and told David to attend the graduation ceremony. David did not want to attend Lunka Private High School's graduation ceremony. He had only been at Lunka Private High School for a month. During this time, he had been very busy with his studies and did not have many friendships with the other students. However, Principal Grover had personally instructed him to attend the ceremony, so he had to attend. As he approached the school, David noticed that Lunka Private High School was different from before. In the sky above Lunka Private High School, the three-dimensional projection technology used to project words in the sky was particularly eye-catching. Congratulations to David for becoming the top student in the Ilidia Star Zone and Lunka Planet. David could not help but be stunned. He did not expect that he would not only be the top student on Lunka Planet but also in the Ilidia Star Zone. As soon as David got off the hover car and entered the school gate, he heard a surprised shout. It was a student that David was not familiar with. However, as soon as he heard the shout, a few men and women in office uniforms with the aura of teachers quickly surrounded David. "David, I am from Southern University. Our university welcomes students like you. You can take a look at the admission conditions that we have set for you." "David, I am from Greenwater Comprehensive College. Our university has the best Kaji major. Come to our college. The school will provide you with the appropriate cultivation resources and the best tutors to take care of your studies." David could not help but feel a headache coming on. The schools mentioned by these people were all top academies in the Iridia sector, but after his battle with Master Leo of the First College of Iridia, he was determined to go to the First College of Iridia. Normal instructors would not be of much help to him. Only master weaponsmiths who were stronger than him would be able to do so. Now that he was sure that the First Academy of Ilidia had such an instructor, why would he choose another academy? When he walked into the classroom, his hands were already stuffed with many beautiful brochures. He also received a few contact details in his identity bracelet, as well as many electronic promotional documents of the academy. There were even 2 contracts that had already been filled out. As long as David signed the contract, he would be able to enjoy the benefits of the contract after entering the academy. When he entered the classroom, the students looked at him with admiration. However, because they were not familiar with each other, very few students went up to him. "David, your results are really unparalleled." Only when David returned to his seat did Moore give him a thumbs up. David smiled at him. After sitting down, he activated the display with his identity bracelet and saw that his results were displayed. Full marks for all 3 subjects. This score was not out of David's expectations. He knew about it during the exam. Although there were some difficult questions, they only made him waste a little more time. When he checked the rankings, he found that there were as many as 136 students in the Iridia sector who scored full marks for all 3 subjects. This meant that his claim of being first in the Iridia sector college entrance exam was somewhat exaggerated. Of course, it was not wrong to say that. In any case, it was full marks, and all 136 students were first. The population of the Iridia sector was too large. In such a large population, there was no lack of geniuses. Getting full marks was not surprising. In fact, this kind of exam paper was unfair to David. He was proficient in 3 subjects: culture, mathematics, and comprehensive. His ability was equivalent to that of a professor who was proficient in any one of the subjects. The college entrance exam paper only reflected part of his ability. If he wanted to fully utilize his ability, he would have to increase the difficulty of the paper by a few levels. The time spent in the classroom was not long. This time was left for the students to interact with each other. The students exchanged graduation messages with each other. Some students even prepared graduation cards for the other students. Although David did not integrate into the class, he still received many cards. However, David did not prepare any. He did not know the graduation customs here, so he did not prepare any card. He could only use messages instead. The graduation ceremony was very traditional. Although an electronic certificate was created in each student's identity bracelet when the results were announced, according to tradition, the school would still issue a paper certificate to the students. After changing into their black graduation uniforms, all the students stood on the field. David was also called up by Principal Grover to speak as the student representative. When he spoke, a few professional cameramen recorded the whole process. This was why Principal Grover called David over. These videos would be the promotional content of Lunka Private High School in the future. This was the first place in the Planetary and Star Sector College entrance exam produced by Lunka Private High School. This kind of honor was the foundation that Lunka Private High School needed the most. David was also the first student called up to receive his graduation certificate from Principal Grover. This was the honor that David deserved. Amidst thunderous applause, the scene of David receiving his graduation certificate from Principal Grover was fixed into a photo. It would forever be recorded in Lunka Private High School's history. The graduation ceremony ended amidst cheers. The next step was to fill in the college that they wanted to enter. This was a very private matter. The teacher only told the students about the things to take note of before letting them fill in the form themselves. David didn't hesitate. He used his ID bracelet to enter his college entrance exam application and chose the First College of Iridia. The moment he entered the First College of Iridia, he received a notification that he had passed the First College of Iridia's admission application. Then, an admission letter was sent to his ID bracelet. David opened the admission letter in a daze. He saw the First College of Iridia's logo and the welcoming words, "The First College of Iridia Kaji welcomes Student David." "Student David, is there a problem?" Delia, who had been paying attention to David, came to David's side and asked softly, "Miss Delia, didn't you say that it would take at least a day for me to be accepted? Did I make a mistake?" David asked Delia. When Delia heard that David was in trouble, she immediately looked at the contents of David's ID bracelet. She couldn't help but be stunned. She saw the First College of Iridia's admission letter. She couldn't help but rub her eyes again. She double-checked to make sure that there was no mistake. David had indeed received the First College of Iridia's admission letter. The First College of Iridia was the best college in the Iridia sector. It had its own pride. Every time they recruited a new student, they would first contact them through a video call. It was like an interview. After that, they would decide whether or not to accept them. Even if the students' grades were met, if they didn't meet the requirements of the First College of Iridia during the interview, they would be eliminated. She had never heard of a case like David's, where his application was automatically accepted. Delia was also afraid of making a mistake. She quickly used her ID bracelet to open the teacher's page. It had the real-time data of all the students in the class. David's data showed that he had been accepted by the First College of Iridia. "Student David, there's no mistake. You've been accepted by the First College of Iridia," Delia said to David with a smile. Of course, this was the work of Director Barry of the First College of Iridia, Kaji. David had chosen the First College of Iridia. Even if David hadn't chosen the First College of Iridia, he would have received the First College of Iridia's admission letter as soon as he submitted his application form. This was the best college in the Iridia sector. It wasn't difficult for them to intercept a student's admission. After leaving Lunka Private High School and saying goodbye to his classmates, David got into the hover car. He suddenly realized that he had more time. It was only the middle of June. There were still more than 2 months before school started. David, who didn't have much free time, was pleasantly surprised that he had so much free time. Ever since he came to this world, he had been troubled by all sorts of things. In the past, training took up most of his time. After that, he spent the most time practicing his mastery of various weapons. However, because his mastery of all weapons had been raised to master level, ordinary practice was no longer effective. This gave him more time to practice his skills. However, he had entered Lunka Private High School, so his free time was taken up again. Now that he had graduated, he finally had a lot of free time. Let's go to Kaji's club first. David remembered that he still had nearly 20,000 points in Kaji's virtual world account. Since he didn't have much level 3 enhanced meat left, he immediately operated the hover car. The hover car turned and flew towards Kaji's club at top speed. When he entered Kaji's club, there weren't many people there. The receptionist's attitude was still as respectful as ever. David was a member of Kaji's club, so he easily found an empty Kaji's virtual world cabin. In Kaji's virtual world, many Kajis who still couldn't forget about Invincible Kaji had set up a reminder function when Invincible went online. One of them was Lieutenant General Dane's suggestion. Therefore, when David entered Kaji's virtual world and appeared in the familiar sports room, contact requests were sent one after another. Many messages followed. One of the messages was pinned at the top of all the messages. It was bolded to show that it was different from the rest. David was curious. He hadn't entered Kaji's virtual world for a long time. Why would someone still remember him? He opened the special message at the top and saw an invitation. Mr. Invincible, the Lunka Planet Defense Force saw your performance in Kaji's virtual world and specially sent you an invitation. The military needs a powerful Kaji like you. In order to protect your home and fight against the Zergs, please join the military. In view of your combat prowess, the military has provided you with the rank of captain, as well as the corresponding benefits of being a soldier. The military has a comprehensive merit system. As long as you complete the mission, you will have all the resources, including the Transcendent Potion and all the resources needed for promotion. These are no longer a dream. David looked at the invitation. To be honest, the Lunka Planet Defense Force was very generous to give him the rank of captain to an anonymous Kaji. It was very difficult to raise the ranks of the Interstellar Federation. Every rank required a large amount of merit. The rank of captain was not a low rank even among the Kaji. There were some temptations in the invitation. Although there was no mention of the Transcendent Potion, the Transcendent Potion was mentioned. In actual contact, there would be corresponding requirement. If David had not planned this beforehand, this invitation would have been very tempting. David closed the invitation and looked at the other messages. Some of them were similar to the military extending an olive branch to David. Some of them were challenges from Kaji who wanted to become famous, and some wanted to add him as a friend. He did not read any further. As for the contact requests, he rejected them all. No matter how good the Kaji's virtual world was, it was not something he could afford to play. Dying here would cause him to lose a lot of spirit. With his current spirit, it was difficult for him to increase it. Every time he lost spirit, it was enough to make his heart ache. He went to the wardrobe and opened the exchange list. He found the level 3 strengthened meat and exchanged all his points for level 3 strengthened meat. It was about 2 months' worth of meat. After clearing his points, David looked at the lounge again and shook his head with a smile. Then, he left without any hesitation. The news of the college entrance exam did not attract as much attention as expected. Only high school students and their parents paid attention to it. The rest of the people just treated it as an unrelated matter. Not many people remembered the first place in the college entrance exam mentioned in the news, and even fewer people would associate this first place with David, who came from the Monolith Star and was known as the Invincible Soldier. Other than those who cared about David, there were also those who really cared about David, including his family and friends. There were also some who wanted to get more information about David so that they could find David more easily. Previously, the news of David and Emma let those people know that David was in Planet Lunka. They even used Emma's concert as an opportunity to arrange an assassination. However, all the information about David was too difficult to obtain. Planet Lunka was too big. Under the intentional cover of Forks Transcendent, David's information was not completely exposed. Now that the high school David attended was exposed, those who cared about David could naturally find out which university David was going to attend through Lunka Private High School. Chapter 272. Chia City Detention Center was located in the northern suburbs of Chia City, beside a river that was hundreds of meters wide. This detention center was used to detain criminals who needed to be detained for a long time while awaiting trial or interrogation. The criminals could only be temporarily detained at the police station for 3 days. After that, they would be sent here. There weren't many lights in the detention center at night. High-strength alloy nets almost completely covered the entire detention center. There were several automatic attack platforms high up, showing how tight this place was. In fact, this place didn't need much police to guard, because this detention center was within Skynet's range of attention, so its safety was guaranteed. However, there seemed to be something different tonight. 6 figures stood 2 kilometers away from the detention center, looking in the direction of the detention center. Captain, the signal shielding can be maintained for an hour without being discovered by Skynet. Kaji, who was fiddling with a high-power signal shielding device, said in a deep voice. Mission target. Balfour, the former branch president of the Yucca Bank, was transferred to this detention center during the day. He is currently in detention room 54. Mission time, 1 hour. Kill all obstructing targets. Make sure Balfour is alive. The captain announced in a deep voice. Captain, how can it take an hour to break into a detention center like this? We can enter in at most 5 minutes and bring him out. Kaji raised his hand and said in confusion. Kaji's team attacking a detention center like this was really like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. The defensive weapons here couldn't break through the defense of the exoskeleton armor. The defense of this detention center wasn't set up specifically to deal with Kaji. It was only set up to deal with ordinary people. Number 5, I've said it very clearly. 1 hour is our mission time. We don't need to speed up. The captain said in a serious tone. Captain, if we attack here, we will attract the Transcendent. Kaji also raised a question. This was also the daily routine of Kaji's team. Before the mission, any Kaji could raise their own questions. However, once the mission started, they had to follow the mission. The Transcendent won't arrive in an hour. This information has been confirmed. The captain replied. The Transcendent protected the city, but it did not trouble the Transcendent for everything. The Transcendent would only be dispatched when it was necessary. This required a judging process, which was enough for Kaji's team to complete their mission. Are we bait? Number 2 looked at the captain and asked in a low voice. His words made the other Kaji look at their captain, waiting for his reply. The mission was accepted by the team leader, and the odd 1 hour mission time was enough to explain some of the problems. Yes, we are the bait. The captain nodded expressionlessly. Captain, do you know how terrifying an opponent that requires a Kaji squad to act as bait is? I heard that 11 elite Kaji squad were killed in Kia City. The one who died was an elite Kaji squad of the organization. Sending us to such an opponent is just sending us to our deaths. Number 2 Kaji Squad said loudly. Shut up, this mission was given by Assistant Nigel himself. The captain said sternly. The name, Assistant Nigel, was like a curse, making Kaji Squad shut up immediately. His eyes were filled with fear, and the rest of the Kaji Squad had the same expression. Director Kurt was woken up by the alarm. His identity bracelet emitted a weak, stinging energy. This was the highest alert. He opened his identity bracelet and saw the source of the alarm. What happened? Director Kurt's wife also woke up and asked with concern. Nothing, you sleep first. I'll go out for a bit. Director Kurt forced a smile and comforted her. Seeing Director Kurt leave the bedroom, his wife's eyes flashed with worry. This was going to be a sleepless night for both Director Kurt and his wife. Fergus, tell the Kaji Squad to gather. The target is the detention center in the north of the city. Director Kurt ordered as he put on his clothes. Yes, sir. Officer Fergus' voice was always so loud. It's finally here. Director Kurt sat in the hover car and muttered to himself. He had already expected this day to come. He had already prepared for the detention center. After such a big incident, how could he not know the importance of Balfour? Director Kurt was a little worried. After thinking about it, he still connected to David's identity bracelet. However, after trying to connect for 2 minutes, David's identity bracelet still did not connect. He could only send a message, which made Director Kurt give up the idea of immediately calling David for backup. To be honest, David was only a consultant, and he was also called by the Fox Transcendent. He just needed a consultant with an identity to make things easier, but he was used as a strong force for the police. Director Kurt felt a little sorry for David. Since he could not contact him, he did not try anymore. This time, he would solve it himself. The walls of the detention center were broken. 2 Kaji squads were fighting. One was the Kaji squad that came for the mission, and the other was the Kaji squad of the police. In order to prevent Balfour from being robbed, Director Kurt secretly stationed a Kaji squad in the detention center. Now, the 2 Kaji squads met and fought in the detention center. Both sides were not elite Kaji squads. Their strength was on par with each other, so the battle in the detention center ended in a stalemate. The attacking side was not in a hurry because their mission target was an hour. They could not end the battle too quickly. The Kaji squad was not in a hurry either. The longer the battle dragged on, the faster the reinforcements would arrive. The signal jamming did not affect the transmission of the alarm because when the detention center was built, there was a physical connection to the police station. This kind of communication was not affected by the signal jamming at all. The signal jamming only affected Skynet. Of course, this was also what the attacking side wanted. After 5 minutes, the lights of several police hover cars flashed. 24 Kaji squad jumped out of the hover cars and surrounded the attacking Kaji squad. In the hover car, Director Kurt sneered as he looked at the battle below. Recently, he had assigned all the Kaji squad to duty, so almost all the Kaji squad in the police station had been summoned at the first opportunity. Including the Kaji squad in the detention center, there were 5 Kaji squads participating in the battle. This was already equivalent to a small war. With this kind of strength, Director Kurt was confident that he could make all the enemies who came to the detention center stay. Just as he was thinking, he saw a flash of fire in the distance from the corner of his eye. His heart could not help but tighten. The body of the Kaji squad leading the charge tilted, and his left shoulder and arm disappeared. Sniper Kaji squad. The Kaji squad screamed and immediately looked for cover. 2 Kaji squad members dragged the injured Kaji squad member into the building. The exoskeleton armor automatically injected the injured Kaji squad member with hemostatic medicine. The 2 Kaji squad members also bandaged his wounds. However, with this kind of injury, this Kaji squad member would not be able to hold on for long if he did not go to the hospital soon. Director Kurt's hover car was also driven by Officer Fergus into the buildings below to avoid becoming the target of the sniper Kaji squad. The Kaji squad members in the battle also quickly retreated, no longer having any intention to fight. Director Kurt's face was pale. As a police chief, he naturally knew what the sudden appearance of a sniper Kaji squad member here meant. Unlike David, who became a genius sniper Kaji squad member before going to university, most of the sniper Kaji squad members needed to be baptized by war to become usable combat power. Sniper Kaji squad members were rare. To attack a detention center like this, sending out a squad of Kaji squad members was not enough. There was also a sniper Kaji squad member here, which meant that the opponent's goal was not simply to attack Balfour. He thought of the call request he had sent earlier. Could their target be David? At this moment, Director Kurt wished he had not pulled out the call for help and left a message. After the previous incident, with the strength of the opponent's organization, it was enough to know David's strength. Since they had set up a trap for David here, they naturally had enough combat power to deal with David. Director Kurt took out his ID bracelet, only to find that it was in a state where it could not connect to Skynet. The signal block made it impossible for him to contact David, so he told David to be careful. The attacking Kaji squad did not chase after Kaji squad members. They knew very well that killing more Kaji squad members would not have much effect. Their target was Balfour, so under the cover of the sniper Kaji squad members, they successfully found Balfour. David woke up from the crystal meditation technique. His mind was very weak, but his ID bracelet was constantly vibrating. He opened the ID bracelet and saw Director Kurt's message. Looking at the time, the message was sent 10 minutes ago, but he could not participate in the battle in his current state. Tianxiong, check the current situation of the detention center in the north of the city. David ordered in a low voice. Silently, many permissions were secretly used, and the surveillance cameras near the detention center were used. At the same time, the mobilization information of the police station was all found. 20 Kaji squad members had been mobilized. This scale of operation showed the urgency of the matter. However, the signal at the detention center could not be connected at all. Needless to say, there was a signal block there. This was not a problem for Tianxiong's AI system. An unmanned hover car closest to the detention center automatically started up and flew into the sky. The hover car automatically obtained temporary flight permission, and when it was 100 meters in the air, it turned on the camera. Just as David saw a group of Kaji squad members hiding behind a building through the hover car, another group of Kaji squad members bringing someone out of the detention center and walking between the buildings. When David saw this, he shook his head. He knew that person. It was Balfour. He did not understand how important Balfour was. This organization had paid such a heavy price for Balfour, but they still did not let go. At this moment, the hover car controlled by Tianxiong suddenly turned into a fireball and fell from the sky. The sniper Kaji squad member hiding in the forest coldly reloaded a bullet, and then looked around again. Sniper Kaji squad. David said to himself. It was even more impossible for him to go. He did not dare to go in his current state. With his mental state, it would be good enough if he could at most use 20% of his combat power. David did not dare to joke around with his own life. He had to do what he could to help others. However, even if he could not help the police with his martial arts, he still had other ways to help. Once again, another 15 hover cars took off at the same time. These hover cars were the ones closest to the detention center. All 15 hover cars started scanning. Although the hover car's scanning equipment was for civilian use, its performance was not very good. However, 15 hover cars scanning at the same time could make up for the difference. This time, the 15 hover cars were a little further away from the detention center. The scanning energy automatically dissipated when it encountered a signal block as it moved forward. Under the analysis of Tianqiong's AI system, the area of the signal block was quickly shown on the map projected on David's identity bracelet. Based on his experience with signal blocking equipment, he quickly determined 3 prepared positions. In such a range, only these 3 positions were the locations of the signal blocking equipment. The 15 hover cars took off again. This time, they split into 3 different directions, heading towards the 3 targets. On the ground, Sniper Kaji's squad looked at the hover cars in the sky, hesitating. If he attacked with all his might, once the real targets appeared, he would not have any energy left to deal with the real target. Especially since he believed that these 15 hover cars were nothing more than targets for that valiant Kaji squad to attract his attention. On one hand, it would expose his position, and on the other hand, it would exhaust him. With a cold smile, Sniper Kaji's squad gave up on attacking. David's squad had originally planned to destroy the signal blocking equipment at the cost of a few hover cars. However, he did not expect that the hover cars would fly in the air without being attacked this time. David's squad would not waste this opportunity. He did not need to use all of his hover cars. When they flew above the targets, 3 hover cars in 3 different positions suddenly lost power and fell straight down. Damn it! As soon as Sniper Kaji's squad saw the hover cars fall, he immediately knew what the opponent was trying to do. However, his target was not the hover cars. By now, it was too late to snipe the rapidly falling hover cars. The hover cars were only 100 meters from the ground. In addition, Sniper Kaji's squad had the time to think. By the time he wanted to snipe, the hover cars had already crashed heavily to the ground. One of the hover cars accurately hit the signal blocking equipment. Sparks flew from the equipment, and then the signal blocking equipment in the entire area disappeared. Skynet's scan resumed, and it immediately discovered the 6 illegal Kaji squad members, as well as the Sniper Kaji squad member. It should be noted that this detention center was the focus of Skynet's attention. Without the signal blocking, all the Kaji squad members involved in the operation were exposed to Skynet's scan. Skynet's AI system also analyzed the current situation. The police were being suppressed by the Sniper Kaji squad members. This situation was very urgent. The pre-prepared plan was activated. 7 signal tracking missiles were launched from the star ring in the sky, flying towards the 6 Kaji squad members and the Sniper Kaji squad member on the ground. Missiles locked on, missiles locked on. The helmets of the Kaji squad members flashed with red light. Leave Balfour behind. Let's run. The captain ordered loudly. His mission was to save Balfour's life. This was the primary requirement. Even if the mission could not be completed, Balfour's life could not be endangered. At this time, the captain did not hesitate. If he dared to let Balfour die, even if he died as well, his family and the family of the Kaji squad members would suffer the wrath of Assistant Nigel. The tracking method of the tracking missiles was very complicated. Once locked on, it was very difficult to escape. The first was life tracking. This was guided by Skynet's scan. The second was the identification bracelet lock. This was the signal of the identification bracelet found in the scan. This signal was used as a guide. The third was the engine of the exoskeleton armor. Every engine of the exoskeleton armor had an individual engine signal. This signal was like a factory certificate. It could be said that when exposed to Skynet and in the remote suburbs, the terror of the planet's own defense system was fully displayed. The tracking missiles exploded one by one. This kind of explosion carried high temperature, high heat, and high radiation. It could instantly destroy all targets within a few meters of the target. The defense of the exoskeleton armor became extremely fragile in the face of this kind of war-grade heavy missile. The 7 Kaji squad members who participated in the attack all turned into fireballs. In the forest not far away, under the cover of a small signal-blocking device, a group of elite Kaji squad members saw what was happening outside, but did not dare to move. Chapter 273. The battle at the detention center in the northern suburbs of Kia City didn't attract the attention of the residents of Kia City. It wasn't even mentioned in the news the next day. Director Kurt looked at the information on the screen in front of him from the director's office. He was a little hesitant. Officer Fergus stood opposite him respectfully, waiting for his reply. The results of the investigation were obvious. Someone interfered during the battle. The other party used a hover car parked nearby to destroy the signal jamming device, which triggered the Skynet defense mechanism. The person who interfered was definitely an electronic warfare engineer, and a very powerful one at that. This electronic warfare engineer forcefully broke through the control systems of more than a dozen hover cars in a very short period of time, and manipulated the hover cars to destroy the signal jamming device. Although the electronic warfare engineer damaged 4 hover cars, these 4 hover cars were all insured and wouldn't cause any financial loss to the car owners. Plus, the case description given by the police station meant that the car owners wouldn't have to wait too long for compensation. Director Kurt thought that if the results of this investigation were reported, this electronic warfare technician would be recorded in the files. Such a person would definitely be targeted by various intelligence agencies or forces and lose his freedom. Alternatively, they would directly find the electronic warfare technician and put him in prison. This wasn't what Director Kurt wanted to see. Although he respected the law, he also had his own principles. If it wasn't for this electronic warfare engineer, then Kaji wouldn't be the only one seriously injured under his command. It was very likely that there would be heavy casualties. Compared to the destruction caused by the electronic warfare engineer, he helped Director Kurt a lot more. Saving him and his subordinate Kaji with just a few hover cars, he had to acknowledge this kindness. Officer Fergus, reinvestigate. Those hover cars were controlled by us. There were no outsiders involved in the operation. Director Kurt ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Chief. Fergus stood at attention and replied. When he turned around, Officer Fergus' face was filled with joy. He didn't want anything to happen to his savior. His savior saved them. They couldn't repay kindness with ingratitude and report their savior. David finished his practice in the morning. Only now did he have time to sit down and drink fruit juice. He was lost in thought as he looked at the beautiful scenery. He was thinking about the battle yesterday. This was the first time he saw the power of Lunka Planet's Skynet defense system. At that time, Tianxiong had seen the results of Kaji through the scanners of the hover cars in the sky. David finally understood why Fox Transcendent had prepared a police consultant identity for him. Only this identity could guarantee that after he was equipped with the exoskeleton armor, Skynet would judge him as legal when he was discovered. Yesterday, those Kaji were judged to be illegal and had caused great harm to society. The consequence was that they were killed by homing missiles. It was obvious that Lunka Planet's defense system was not as harmless as it appeared to be. This made David wary. He did not want Skynet to discover anything illegal. Through what had happened last night, she had also discovered his current shortcomings. Every morning, his skin and muscles would be injured. Although his physical strength was not greatly affected, the injuries were enough to reduce his combat strength by a lot. This was still all right. No matter how weak he was in the morning, he still had the strength to fight. However, after cultivating the crystal meditation technique at night, his mind was extremely exhausted. At that time, his battle strength was close to 0. If someone were to launch an attack on him during these 2 periods of time, then it would be very difficult for him to defend himself. However, it was impossible for David to stop cultivating. The cultivation in the morning and at night was constantly increasing his strength. If only the shadow attendant could be a little stronger. David thought to himself as he sensed the shadow attendant above his head. He was very curious. Based on his investment in the shadow attendant's strength should have increased by a lot. However, in reality, The shadow attendant's strength was almost stagnant. Its strength was maintained at 200 grams, and it was 20 meters away from him. The soul energy that David had absorbed was only a little bit left after the shadow attendant had absorbed it. Most of the soul energy had been absorbed by the shadow attendant. There were at least 200 to 300 Kaji souls that had been absorbed by the shadow attendant. In addition, he had been using krypton crystals every day to let the shadow attendant absorb energy through the energy gathering disc. According to the previous progress, the shadow attendant's strength would increase by at least a few times. David reached out to the shadow attendant, and the shadow attendant automatically flew to David's side. David pressed his hand on the shadow attendant's body and felt the shadow attendant's body. The shadow attendant was like a combination of energy. Other than the many knowledge light balls in its body, David could not find anything. It was because he could not find anything that made David feel slightly uneasy. The relationship between the shadow attendant and David was like the relationship between a hand and a body. The shadow attendant was David's other hand, a hand that could be separated from his body. The shadow attendant's various strange abilities, including the ability to open the dimension ring and form knowledge light balls, could be understood as the abilities of an unknown god. But the disappearance of the soul energy and the energy absorbed every day, could it have been fed back to the god? The more David thought about it, the more frightened he felt. The shadow attendant was his most important means, including the items stored in the dimension ring. Most of his belongings were in the shadow attendant's hands, and the shadow attendant was the most important reason why he could escape with his life so many times. David once again sent his consciousness into the shadow servant, controlling it to continuously do all sorts of actions. Even so, he did not discover any problems, and everything was just like before. Just as David was studying the shadow attendant, his identity bracelet vibrated. "Emma, good morning." David greeted her with a lazy smile. "God, David, look at the sun outside. It's not morning anymore. Turn on the video and let me see what you're doing." Emma heard David's lazy voice and asked coquettishly. David turned on the video and saw Emma on the opposite side. Emma's background should be her private recording studio. Emma spent a lot of time practicing singing there every day. No career was easy. David wanted to become a powerful Kaji and become a transcendent. He had to go through torturous training every day. Emma's singing was also not easy. Although she was born with a good voice, it needed to be practiced. This kind of practice could not be stopped after a certain level of practice. Emma had already become a top-notch singer, but she couldn't stop singing for even a day. Only by practicing for a long time could she maintain her singing voice in good condition. "I want to sit beside you and watch the scenery with you," Emma could not help but say when she saw the scenery behind David. David's villa was arranged by her, but with her busy schedule, she did not have the time to sit down and enjoy the scenery there. "You can come over. I'm on vacation, so I have 2 months of free time. You're welcome to come over and watch the scenery with me anytime," David said with a smile. "Oh right, I was just about to talk to you about this. My Heart Will Go On is about to start filming. The company helped me choose the filming location on Glazed Blue Planet. The filming will take 2 weeks. Can you come with me?" Emma looked at David with anticipation. David's comprehensive cultural lessons came in handy. He quickly remembered the relevant information about Glazed Blue Planet. Glazed Blue Planet was a special planet in the Ilidia star sector. It was special because the surface of Glazed Blue Planet was completely covered by seawater. It was a true water planet. However, Glazed Blue Planet was different. There were also some freshwater areas on the surface of the planet. Having a freshwater area was equivalent to having a foundation for survival. With Glazed Blue Planet's special environment, it became the most famous tourist planet in the Ilidia star sector. It was also known as the most beautiful planet in the Ilidia star sector. It was no wonder Emma's company chose Glazed Blue Planet as the filming location for My Heart Will Go On. The water there was especially beautiful. Okay, I don't have anything else to do. However, I need to bring the genetic repair pod. Otherwise, I won't be able to complete my training. David smiled and nodded in agreement. Ever since he had known Emma, he hadn't had the chance to play with her properly. This was a rare opportunity for him to do so. No problem. The galactic shuttle we're taking has its own genetic repair pod. There will be one at the Glazed Blue Planet Hotel too, Emma said after some thought. She then continued, "You'll be going with us as the composer. That way, it'll be easier to arrange things." In a luxurious spaceship, assistant researcher Nigel sat on a sofa in a huge office. In front of him was a screen that showed the figure of the Research Institute's External Operations Supervisor, Peleg. "Failed again?" Assistant researcher Nigel asked coldly. "The signal jammer was destroyed by an unknown force. The bait team was all killed. Since the second target was not lured out, the operations team was not mobilized." Peleg carefully reported the incident. "I don't have time to stay here for long. I'm leaving today. You don't have to worry about Balfour. I'll ask Sir to come forward and use the government's power to transfer Balfour away." Assistant researcher Nigel said it casually, but he knew very well that this kind of thing could not be done too often. Sir was not someone who could do whatever he wanted with the government. If it was really that easy, assistant researcher Nigel would not have let his subordinate, Kaji, do it. He did not want to alert Sir. Sir also had political enemies. Although Sir's power made those people not dare to do anything too big, once Sir's mistake was caught, it would cause some trouble. Using the government's power to transfer Balfour away from the Kia police station would also have some impact on Sir. However, that item was very useful to Sir, and Sir was chasing after it. Assistant researcher Nigel could only report to Sir and ask Sir to make a move. As for Director Kurt, let the intelligence department collect evidence of his crimes. I don't believe that a police chief is completely innocent. Even if he is, you will find a way to put some evidence on him. Assistant researcher Nigel said coldly. Yes. Peleg was not surprised that assistant researcher Nigel wanted to make a move on the police chief of an important city. The organization's actions were often unscrupulous. Also, if you find the Killing Sword police, make them disappear forever. Assistant researcher Nigel said in a deep voice. Assistant Nigel, have you seen the information on the Killing Sword police? Peleg reminded softly. What's so special about them? No matter how strong they are still just a Kaji. Assistant researcher Nigel said indifferently as he opened the information. He had a very important research mission. This time, he came here for Sir's important item. Otherwise, he would not have put his research aside. Therefore, he did not look at the investigation report in detail. Even if he failed the second time, he was angry at his subordinate's ability. Hey, the Killing Sword police is under Fox's protection. When you kill the Killing Sword police, don't let Fox find out. Do it. Assistant researcher Nigel looked at the information. The only thing he paid attention to was that David was related to Fox Transcendent. As for the other David's achievements, assistant researcher Nigel did not care at all. If the organization wanted to make a Kaji disappear, there were many ways. Without the exoskeleton armor, Kaji's body was like a normal person's. Yes. Peleg on the screen replied again. Don't let me down, and don't let Sir down. Assistant researcher Nigel looked at Peleg one last time, and turned off the screen. At this time, the spaceship had finished accelerating and disappeared. Looking at assistant researcher Nigel's figure disappear on the screen, Peleg had a bitter expression. He was not assistant researcher Nigel, who could ignore Kaji's strength. What Peleg saw was David's achievements. David alone was almost equal to the strength of several elite Kaji teams. Kaji is invincible was not a random assessment. Although Peleg was the organization's external supervisor, he did not have the authority to mobilize any transcendent. He could only use assassination or kaji to kill. Peleg was a veteran of the battlefield. He knew very well how difficult it was to assassinate a weapons master. What worried him the most was that David's reputation was too great recently. Being first in the college entrance exam gave David a layer of protection. If he made a move on David at this time, it would be very likely that public opinion would take notice, and many organizations would target the assassination. Peleg let assistant researcher Nigel look at the information because he wanted him to see this, but the result was disappointing. However, since assistant researcher Nigel gave the order, he had to carry it out. On the other side, Emma arranged for her agent, Lucia, to report the name of the songwriter David to the company. Due to Emma's current fame, the company agreed to Emma's request without hesitation. On the same day, the company booked David's interstellar passenger ticket to Lioli. Not long after the ticket was booked, David's movements were also reported to Peleg. "You're courting death." Peleg looked at the information in front of him excitedly and muttered to himself. David left the heavily guarded Kia City. In Peleg's opinion, taking an interstellar passenger was courting death. There were many ways to make David stay on the road forever. Chapter 274. The departure time was tight. On the morning of the second day after Emma proposed to David, David arrived at Emma's company. It was a very large entertainment company. The entire building was the entertainment company's office. That was not all. It was just for office use. After checking David's identity, the receptionist forced a professional smile to suppress her surprise. "Mr. David, Miss Emma will be here soon. Please wait in the lounge for a while. The director and other members of the film crew are in the lounge. You can get to know them first," the receptionist explained to David as she led the way. She led David to the lounge, where David saw the film crew that was going to Glazed Blue Planet. There were 4 people in the film crew. After the receptionist introduced David to the director, cameraman, makeup artist, and stage manager. "Mr. David, nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I finally get to meet you in person." Director Houston shook David's hand with a smile. As the person behind Emma's success, David had always been very mysterious. When Director Houston saw David, he was very polite to David. "Thank you so much, Director Houston," David responded with a smile. "Mr. David, is this all you brought?" Director Houston asked curiously as he looked at David's luggage. David's luggage was very simple. There was an exoskeleton armor loading box and a Grade 2 heavy axe in the same box. In fact, the exoskeleton armor was just for show. In fact, David's custom-made exoskeleton armor, Grade 3 heavy axe, and transcendent stiletto were all in his space storage. In the space item, David had even placed a gene repair cabin. This was why he had 2 space items. He had enough space to store them. "It's okay. Just buy whatever you need," David replied with a smile. As they were talking, the door to the lounge was pushed open. The 2 female bodyguards, Leona and Nora, walked in first, followed by Emma. "David, why didn't you inform me earlier?" As soon as Emma saw David, she immediately grabbed David's arm and said softly, "I don't have anything to do anyway, so I came to visit the place where you work," David said with a smile. The intimacy between David and Emma made Director Houston and the other 3 members of the film crew stare with their eyes wide open. They couldn't help but think of some of the previous rumors, which turned out to be true. "I know you don't want to be famous. Put this on." Emma took out an identity card and put it on for David. David glanced at the ID tag. This ID tag was the same as the ID tags around the necks of the 4 film crew members, but the title written on it was composer. He also understood Emma's intention. In this way, he could go in and out with Emma at will without worrying about any influence. Why did you only bring weapons and equipment? This is a trip, not a battle. Fortunately, I prepared clothes for you. Emma saw the luggage beside David and couldn't help but blame him. David looked at Emma with a smile, feeling Emma's concern. Director Houston and the others were very embarrassed. This time, they were going to shoot a music short film, not a trip. However, Emma said that it was a trip. What could they do? Sure enough, when David and Emma walked out of the company building with their ID tags, the reporters outside saw the ID tag on David's chest and stopped paying attention to him. Instead, they kept taking photos of Emma. As long as Emma appeared, there would be reporters anytime and anywhere. This was the influence of a top singer. After boarding the spaceship, David saw a few hover cars flying behind them. Those were the reporters who had the right to fly. This time, there was no need for a shuttle. Emma's spaceship had the right to fly to the star ring around the planet. The reporters behind obviously didn't know about Emma's itinerary. They didn't expect the spaceship to fly straight up. This was beyond the capabilities of the hover cars, so they could only retreat helplessly. I didn't tell the reporters about this trip. If they knew, they would definitely follow us all the way to Luli Planet, Emma said with a chuckle as she looked at the reporters disappearing behind her. You're too famous, David said with a smile. But I'm too busy. I like singing, but I don't like this kind of busy work. Emma was also slightly worried. Then, she smiled and said, Fortunately, I have you with me this time. The two whispered, making the others in the car want to plug their ears. It was also at this time that the spaceship arrived at the spaceport. Stepping off the spaceship, David saw this large air transport behemoth at close range. Because it was flying in space, the interstellar flyby was not affected by aerodynamics. It only needed to consider the convenience and comfort of living in the design. Emma, David, the two female bodyguards, and Director Houston were all in the special class and first class, so they were separated from the other three members. The other three members went to line up to wait for the interstellar flyby, while Emma directly entered the interstellar flyby through another special passage. Several staff members pushed the luggage for them. David didn't need such a service. He wasn't used to handing over his weapons and equipment to others. The two female bodyguards also carried their own equipment. Of course, if it wasn't for the special class cabin, David and the two female bodyguards wouldn't have brought their weapons and equipment with them on the interstellar flyby. This was the difference in status. The first-class ticket of the interstellar flyby was very expensive. Those who could take it were either rich or noble. The bodyguard with them was naturally Kaji. The exoskeleton armor and weapons couldn't be separated from their bodies. It wasn't that the standard cabin wanted to bring weapons and equipment on the interstellar flyby. It was just that the weapons and equipment had to be packed and checked in by the interstellar flyby. They couldn't be with the guests. David and Emma's cabins were adjacent to each other. They were room number 6 and 7. The two female bodyguards and Emma lived in room number 6, while David carried his equipment into room number 7. After entering room number 7, David was surprised to see that it wasn't a cabin at all, but a complete residence. There was a living room, a dining room, a master bedroom, and 3 guest bedrooms. There was an entertainment room, a fitness room, and even a small game pool. The facilities here were comparable to a luxurious residence. Of course, it was impossible for all the first-class cabins to be like this. Only the first 20 cabins had such treatment. David also saw a brand-new genetic repair cabin in the fitness room. This should have been prepared by Emma. The reason why David didn't ask to take his own spaceship was because Emma had a film crew with her. The collection displayed on his private spaceship was very eye-catching, and he didn't want outsiders to see it. In addition, he also wanted to experience this kind of super spaceship. Due to the safety and comfort of the interstellar flyby, many people with noble identities would choose this way to travel. There were many dangers in the universe, but the interstellar flyby had rich experience in dealing with them. The interstellar flyby had never had a major accident. This was also an important reason why many people chose it. However, David didn't expect that the conditions here were no worse than his private Thundersnake modified spaceship. This was also because David had only seen the interior of the room and hadn't visited other places. Dear distinguished passengers, the destination of this flight is Glazed Blue Planet. It will take 50 hours. The interstellar flyby is honored to serve everyone. As the interstellar flyby's announcement came from the living room, David saw the spaceport through the huge window of the room that was gradually disappearing. Then, the spaceport disappeared from sight, and Lunka Planet quickly became smaller. There was a knock on the door. David opened the door and saw Emma and 2 female bodyguards. As long as they were outside, the 2 female bodyguards would accompany Emma at all times. "I'm here to bring you clothes," Emma said as she pushed a box in her hand. David took the box and put it aside. "David, accompany me to visit the interstellar flyby," Emma said excitedly. David noticed that she had changed into a large set of clothes that covered her figure. She had also put on makeup on her face, which made her face slightly different from before. If he didn't know her identity in advance, he wouldn't have guessed that she was the superstar Emma. David looked at Emma strangely. What was so special about the interstellar flyby that made Emma so happy? The 2 of them walked side by side in the tunnel. Outside was pitch-black space, and in the distance were shining stars. This was still the special class cabin area. Only a few people had the same purpose as them, and they were all talking softly as they strolled. David remembered the appearance of the interstellar flyby. The special class cabin was at the top of the interstellar flyby. At this moment, they were walking towards the center of the interstellar flyby. After turning 2 corners and passing through an energy barrier, they walked out of the special class cabin area. What appeared in front of them was a huge inner space business district. Through the express elevator, they finally stood in the middle of the business district from the top. The interior of the interstellar flyby was a small commercial city. There were all kinds of big brand stores that David couldn't understand. There were also comprehensive shopping centers and restaurants of all kinds of styles. All the things that a city should have were all here. "I'm going to shop properly today. I haven't relaxed like this in a long time." Emma stretched her beautiful waist and stuck out her tongue at David. David finally knew why Emma was so excited. This was simply a shopping paradise for women. Although this place was like a city, it lacked a profession in the city, and that was a reporter. No one disturbed Emma here. Of course, the premise was that Emma wouldn't be recognized. That was why Emma was dressed like this. David followed Emma. For the first time in his life, he went in and out of various brand stores and took the initiative to pay for Emma's expenses. Soon, the hands of the 2 female bodyguards who accompanied the 2 of them were filled with branded bag. Even David had some on his hands. Whether it was Emma or David, they didn't care about the amount of credit points spent. They were more concerned about the rare opportunity for the 2 of them to get along. Every time Emma made a choice, she would ask David, and then David would judge with his aesthetic standards from an unknown world. Then the 2 of them would discuss their views on fashion. The whole process was like an ordinary couple in love. Emma didn't only buy things for herself. Some of them were for David, and a small part was for the 2 female bodyguards and her agent, Lucia, who didn't follow. Unknowingly, a few hours had passed. The time on the identity bracelet was 6 o'clock. The 4 of them chose a specialty restaurant to eat. As for the things they bought, they were directly sent back to their rooms by the service staff. Here, as long as they were guests in the special class cabin, they could call the service staff for help at any time. Sitting in the restaurant, the experienced Emma came to order, and David controlled the shadow attendant to fly out of the restaurant to observe the situation outside. If David wasn't used to being vigilant, He wouldn't have noticed that someone was following them in such a lively environment. The other party's tracking skills were excellent, and it wasn't just one person. It was like a team. The people following them were constantly changing. The people who had been in contact with them would also change their clothes at any time to reduce the risk of being discovered. However, this was useless to David. Once David was alert, he could discover a lot of things that he couldn't see with his own eyes through the shadow attendant. No matter how this group of people changed, the shadow attendant flying 20 meters above their heads would discover that they were different from the people around them. David, who was disturbed, was not in a good mood. It was rare for him to get along with Emma, but someone had tracked them to the interstellar flyby. At first, David suspected that they were reporters, but he quickly threw this idea away. This group of people was too professional, so professional that it was surprising. David saw through the shadow attendant that these people quickly changed their clothes in the crowd without attracting the attention of the people around them. They communicated through sign language and almost never spoke. "Emma, let's go back." After dinner, David said to Emma. The two originally planned to see the nightlife of the interstellar flyby, but David changed his mind at this time. He didn't want Emma to be in danger. Before figuring out what the other party wanted to do, it was best for Emma to be in a safe place. "Okay, I'm tired too." Emma smiled and nodded. Standing up, the two of them walked in front, and the female bodyguard followed behind, toward the nearest elevator. "David, did something happen?" As soon as they entered the elevator, Emma approached David and asked softly, "Why do you say that?" David was shocked. Emma also noticed the situation. "Those people can't be so bad, right? You look a little nervous." "I've learned how to perform. I can see your abnormality at a glance," Emma said proudly. Only then did David realize that he was the one who gave himself away. He couldn't help but laugh. "Leona, Nora, the two of you must not leave Emma's side on the interstellar flyby. It's best to carry the exoskeleton armor with you." David instructed the two female bodyguards, then turned to Emma and said, "I don't know who it is, but we're being followed. The other party is very professional. I suspect that they're targeting me, but you'd better not come out before I find out." David didn't mean to hide it from Emma. If Emma didn't know about the danger outside, then it was very likely that something would happen because she wasn't careful enough. Chapter 275. After Emma and the two female bodyguards returned to the sixth cabin, David used the shadow attendant to take out the transcendent stiletto from the space ring. He installed it on his calf and covered it with his trousers. He needed to check the special class cabin area to see if there were any enemies in this area. Fortunately, the special class cabin area wasn't big. Other than the 20 large suites, there were 100 medium-sized suites. Of course, even if the interstellar flying guest service staff wanted to search the special class cabin area, it wasn't realistic. How could these distinguished guests allow others to enter their rooms to search? However, David was different. As long as he walked around, he could control the shadow servants to check the insides of all the rooms. When he walked to the medium-sized suites area, he saw a scanning device in one of the rooms. This medium-sized suite was less than 50 meters away from David's large suite. Its location was the closest to David's medium-sized suite aside from the 20 large suites. The scanning device's probe was following David as he walked outside. Two young men in high-end uniforms were operating the photon computer. David finally understood how these people knew his movements so well. It turned out that there was a scanning device monitoring him. Along the way, he didn't show any abnormalities. Even the size of his footsteps were the same. David didn't feel any physical strength from their bodies. It seemed that they were just ordinary technicians. Therefore, he didn't plan to make a move now. This area was the special class cabin area. There was very strict security. If he made a move here, it would be very easy to be discovered. As for the entire special class cabin area, unless it was a special class passenger, there was no way to enter this area through the energy shield. After discovering that only the two young men were abnormal in this area and nothing else, David was relieved. He had to train at night. If there was an expert here and they attacked him while he was training at night, he wouldn't be able to effectively fight back in his weakened state. After returning to his room and cultivating the crystal meditation, David fell asleep on the bed. The next morning, David woke up at 4 o'clock. He had no choice. He didn't want to affect his daily cultivation, and he didn't want to risk his safety because of cultivation. Therefore, he could only advance his cultivation. A portion of Level 3 Strength and Meat, Advanced Kaji Body Art, and Soft Body Art took almost 2 hours to practice. After that, he used the Gene Repair Pod to heal the injuries on his body. At 7 o'clock, David was already sitting in the dining room. He chose the breakfast he wanted and pressed the button to call for breakfast. 5 minutes later, 2 waiters pushed the dining cart into cabin 7 and placed the food that David had ordered on the table. David ordered a piece of fine bread, a piece of fruit, and a glass of milk for breakfast. The problem lay in the glass of milk. David, who had a special sense for danger, instinctively felt that the milk was dangerous when he saw it. This kind of ability wasn't actually mysterious. It was just that when ordinary people saw some dangerous objects, they would instinctively feel danger. However, people like David, who had a strong mental strength, would have an indescribable sense when it came to items that were harmful to the body and related to him. "Sir, your breakfast is here. Please enjoy your breakfast," the 2 waiters said respectfully with a salute. After saying that, they prepared to leave the dining room. "Wait, don't leave yet," David said in a deep voice. "Do you have any other orders, sir?" One of the waiters stopped and asked. The other waiters also stopped and waited. "Please inform the Galactic Flyway's head of security. I need to see him immediately. The 2 of you stay here and wait with me." David glanced at the 2 service staff. He didn't see anything from their expressions, so he said in a deep voice. Although David's request was very incomprehensible, the 2 waiters still informed the head of security. This was the power of the special class cabin. During this time, David controlled the shadow attendant to fly to the 6th cabin. He saw that Emma was still sleeping. Only the 2 female bodyguards had woken up, but they hadn't eaten breakfast. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Not long after, a strong man with a strong aura walked into the room with 2 security personnel in uniform. "Sir, I'm Jerome, the head of security for this galactic flyway. What's the matter?" Jerome nodded to David. He knew very well that something big must have happened for a guest in the special class cabin to suddenly call him. He came over without any hesitation. "Head Jerome, I believe you should have a way to detect poison. Please test this glass of milk." David pointed to the milk on the table. Jerome's expression tightened. David was basically saying that the milk was poisonous. Looking at the 2 waiters and the dining car that delivered the food, it meant that the milk had just been delivered. This wasn't a simple accusation. It was related to the reputation of the Galactic Flyway. Think about it, if even the breakfast delivered by the special class cabin was poisonous, then who would dare to take the Galactic Flyway? "Sir, are you sure?" Jerome confirmed in a deep voice. "Yes, Head Jerome. I hope to test it on the spot." David nodded and replied affirmatively. "Okay, but if there are no problems, sir, you need to apologize to the Galactic Flyway." Jerome waved his hand to signal the security personnel behind him to come forward as he said to David. "Let's test it first," David said in a deep voice. The security personnel stepped forward and took out a small food analyzer. The food analyzer could analyze the ingredients in the food. Just as the security personnel put the food analyzer into the milk, the food analyzer immediately emitted a dazzling red color. At the same time, it emitted a continuous alarm. "Control the two of them." Jerome's face darkened as he ordered loudly. Another security personnel stepped forward and easily controlled the two waiters, handcuffing them respectively. "This has nothing to do with me. I only brought the food over. I didn't know that the milk was poisonous," one of the waiters said as he almost collapsed. "It has nothing to do with me. I've worked in the Galactic Flyway for 5 years and have never had any problems." The other waiters also shouted loudly. The two waiters were very afraid. This was already space, and the law had very few restrictions here. Therefore, the Galactic Flyway would use its own method to obtain the answer. If the answer wasn't good and the security personnel had a trace of doubt, the consequence would be to be thrown into space. "Sir, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. I will also find out what the problem is in the shortest time possible. Please believe in the Galactic Flyway's ability." Jerome ignored the pleas of the two waiters and said to David, "Head Jerome, if it wasn't for my sense of danger, I would have been poisoned to death by this cup of poisonous milk." David said in a deep voice, "David, what happened? Are you okay?" Emma, who was wearing a nightgown, walked in from the door that wasn't closed. She happened to hear David's words and quickly asked. Yesterday, when she heard David say that there was danger, she asked the two female bodyguards to pay attention to David's safety. The two female bodyguards carried out emergency safety measures. They were on duty at night. In the morning, when there was movement on David's side, especially when they saw the 3 security personnel enter, they immediately informed Emma. Emma didn't even have time to put on makeup. She rushed over in her nightgown. Jerome had a headache when he saw Emma. Originally, from the booking information he saw, David was just a songwriter. It was only because of Emma that he was able to book the special class cabin. Such a person could solve the problem as long as he gave some benefit. Now that Emma was involved, it was difficult to handle. With Emma's current influence, if they didn't handle it properly, it would have a serious impact on the interstellar fly-in. "I'm fine, but we have to be careful with our food in the future. The milk sent by the interstellar fly-in this morning was highly toxic." David replied with a smile. "Do you know who this is? This is the composer of My Heart Will Go On and a guest I invited." "Is this how the interstellar fly-in treats the guests in the special class cabin?" Emma was even more shocked when she heard David's words. The breakfast milk was poisoned. She turned her head and said loudly to Jerome, "Miss Emma, please don't worry. This is an important matter. I will inform the captain and seal off the kitchen area. The interstellar fly-in has a strict monitoring process when making food. We will definitely find the culprit." Jerome was sweating and quickly promised. An hour later, Captain Bulwer and the head of security, Jerome, arrived at David's cabin number 7. Emma had also changed her clothes and was sitting there waiting. The 2 female bodyguards even held a weapon in one hand and exoskeleton armor in the other. They were in a state where they could put on the armor at any time. David sat next to Emma. He knew that this assassination had nothing to do with the interstellar fly-in. However, since they were in the interstellar fly-in, they naturally needed the interstellar fly-in to investigate. It was much more convenient for them to investigate than David himself. "Miss Emma, Mr. David, on behalf of the interstellar fly-in, I apologize to the two of you for what happened today." Captain Bulwer bowed to Emma and David. It could be seen that his attitude was very low, and it was all because of Emma. Captain Bulwer's social status was different from the head of security, Jerome. He knew better about the terror of Emma's family, so he came here personally. "We'll talk about the apology later. I want to know how the investigation of the poisoning is going." Emma glanced at David and asked Captain Bulwer. "So far, we've found out that a chef had added an unknown substance into the milk when he was processing it. We believe that this chef is the culprit." Captain Bulwer replied quickly. He knew that there were some results from the investigation. Yes. Did you catch the killer? David asked aloud. The chef committed suicide. He drank the same poison as the milk. Captain Bulwer sighed. Interesting. He was silenced. David directly mocked. Mr. David, we will continue to investigate. Also, the interstellar fly-in can give you some compensation. I've already reported this to the company. The specific compensation plan is still being worked out. Captain Bulwer continued as if he didn't hear David's tone. Just then, Captain Bulwer and Jerome's identity bracelets lit up with red signals at the same time. They quickly checked. Quick, let's go back to the cockpit. Captain Bulwer and Jerome shouted at the same time. What happened? David frowned and asked. Looking at the two of them, something big must have happened. They didn't have such a strong reaction even when someone poisoned the special cabin. Cargo hold 15 and 16 were forcefully opened. Captain Bulwer hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Emma's questioning eyes and thought of Emma's identity. You guys are so nervous. What's in those two cargo holds? David continued to ask. It's all the equipment of the two mercenary groups on the interstellar fly-in. Captain Bulwer didn't hide anything and replied. You're saying that there are two mercenary groups on top of the interstellar fly-in, and that they brought their weapons and equipment on the interstellar fly-in? David had a bad feeling in his heart and asked. I don't know the specific situation yet. I need to return to the cockpit to understand the situation. Captain Bulwer didn't stop and said as he walked out. Boom! The interstellar fly-in suddenly trembled. The interstellar fly-in, which had been maintaining its warp speed, quickly left the speed of light with this loud sound. Because the speed change this time wasn't an automatic deceleration of the spaceship, the violent inertia caused Emma to fly out involuntarily. David grabbed Emma the moment she flew out. Then, David protected Emma in front of him. David stepped on the wall a few times before he completely stabilized his body. The two female bodyguards also made a self-protection move in time. The huge inertia wasn't able to hurt them. However, the two female bodyguards quickly came to Emma's side as soon as they stabilized their bodies. They looked at David and Emma with shame. They were bodyguards, but they couldn't protect Emma in the first place. Put on your armor. The situation isn't right. David ordered in a deep voice. The two female bodyguards didn't hesitate and immediately started putting on their armor. At this moment, Captain Bulwer also got up from the ground. He was with Manager Jerome. He was protected by Manager Jerome and wasn't injured. Damn it, the cockpit has been breached. Captain Bulwer looked at the information on his identity bracelet and couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, the public channel in the living room let out a piercing alarm. However, the alarm didn't last for long. Soon, the sound of the alarm disappeared. I'm your new captain. You can call me Mask. I announce that this interstellar fly-in has been taken over by us. All of you have become our captives. Don't even think about resisting. We have installed a self-destruct device on the interstellar fly-in. Once it detonates, everyone will become space dust. An arrogant voice said. Captain Bulwer's face became even uglier. As the captain of this spaceship, he heard that someone had directly taken his position. Chapter 276. Captain Bulwer, what are the names of the two mercenary groups? David's face was not looking good. The other party's actions were extremely crazy. This seriously threatened his and Emma's safety, so he wanted to know who the other party was. Since Captain Bulwer was here, he asked. I remember they are called the Crimson Fire Mercenary Group and the Blue Ice Mercenary Group. These two mercenary groups are large mercenary groups in the Elydia star system. Usually, these two mercenary groups have always been at odds with each other. It's almost to the point of being irreconcilable. That's why I allowed the two mercenary groups to board the ship after they've consigned their equipment, Captain Bulwer answered David's question with a vexed tone. What do you plan to do now? David asked again. I need to find a place to contact the company and ask them to think of a way. Captain Bulwer thought for a moment and said. He then turned to Jerome and said, Try to gather Kaji and see how many Kaji are left. At the very least, we need to protect the safety of the special class cabin. David did not listen to Captain Bulwer's instructions. He was thinking about the extremely professional tracking personnel. Suddenly, he remembered the two people in the medium-class cabin who were monitoring him. Those two were the best targets for interrogation. Emma, go to the escape pod with Leona and Nora. David looked at Emma and said softly. David, what about you? Emma was afraid, but she still asked with concern. I'll go take care of these problems. I guess I've dragged you into this. David explained with a bitter smile. You have to be careful. Emma hated that she was not Kaji. She said to Leona, Leona, stay by David's side and help him. No need. I've brought the exoskeleton armor. Leona won't be of any help with me. David knew this was not the time to be humble. He said seriously. Leona, Nora, if the situation doesn't look good, activate the escape pod immediately. David said to the two female bodyguards. By this time Captain Bulwer and Superintendent Jerome had left the room to think of a solution. David turned around and returned to his bedroom. When he came out again, he was wearing a custom-made exoskeleton armor and holding a Grade 2 heavy axe. Emma, hurry up and go to the escape pod. Don't hesitate anymore. Don't worry, I'll definitely find you. David couldn't help but urge Emma when he saw that she was still standing there. David, you must come and find me. Emma took a deep look at David, who was wearing exoskeleton armor, and said. Then, she resolutely left with the two female bodyguards. In fact, David already regretted it at this moment. He shouldn't have thought of accompanying Emma out to play when someone wanted to deal with him. If David had not accompanied Emma on the trip, then it was very likely that this would not have happened. He shook his head. Since it had already happened, the only thing he could do was to solve the problem. He was an expert in this aspect. As long as there was a need, he could change to a Grade 3 heavy axe and travel through such a super spaceship at will. No matter how many Kaji there were, it would be useless. This was something he had tested in a real battle last time. However, the enemy this time was only Kaji and there were no other spaceship. If it wasn't for the threat of explosives, the difficulty would not be as difficult as the battle with the Thunder and Lightning mercenary group. The exoskeleton armor's iron feet stepped on the ground quickly. However, this custom-made exoskeleton armor's maneuverability was very strong. In addition, David's control of his strength was very strong. Therefore, although the exoskeleton armor looked fast, it did not cause any damage to the ground. However, when he arrived in front of the medium-sized suite, the shadow attendant had already flown in. It seemed that the people inside had discovered him through the scanning. One of them had an extra laser gun in his hand and was aiming at the door. David pushed the door with his hand. The door lock and the door frame were directly pushed open, and the door was directly opened. Just as the door was opened, a laser beam shot out. Although David's exoskeleton armor was completely immune to this kind of attack, David still instinctively dodged in advance. The laser gun's firing speed was very fast, but with the shadow attendant's observation, David could dodge in advance. It was not realistic to want to hit David. Even if an ordinary person had some training, in front of a Kaji wearing an exoskeleton armor, they could only attack once at most. David's hand grabbed the laser gun. With a burst of strength, the laser gun was deformed and turned into scrap metal. With a backhand slap, he knocked the person unconscious. "Help! Someone's attacking us!" Another young man yelled. However, as David grabbed one of his palms, the sound of bones cracking could be heard, and the cry for help turned into a blood-curdling scream. "Tell me, who sent you? What's your plan?" David let go of his hand and asked in a low voice. I don't know what you're talking about. We're just going to Glazed Blue Planet for a vacation. The young man still wanted to deny it. You're going on vacation with AT-03 strong signal scanner, a band weapon like a laser gun, and a professional photon computer? David said with a cold smile. Then, without waiting for the young man to speak, he reached out his hand again and squeezed the young man's hand. The sound of bones cracking could be heard again. The young man screamed and kept shaking his head to show that he did not know. You have 206 bones. As long as you answer a question incorrectly or refuse to answer, I will crush one of your bones. Look, you have 206 chances, David said with a cold smile. Then, he pointed at the unconscious young man and said, Also, you're not my only choice. I'll talk. The young man's will collapsed. No one could calmly face the result of their bones being crushed piece by piece, especially when two of his hand bones were already crushed. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't have to suffer. Tell me, what organization do you belong to? David asked with a smile as he retracted his hand. I'm an intelligence analyst for the Shadow Mercenary Group. We received orders to monitor your every move and report your information. The young man seemed to be afraid of his bones being crushed again, so he answered very quickly. When David heard that there was another mercenary group, he couldn't help but shake his head. Just how many mercenary groups were there on this galactic airship? Then, David continued to ask questions, and the young man answered them one by one. As for whether the answers were true or not, David wasn't worried. He knocked the young man out and used water to wake the other young man up. Then, he used the method of crushing bones again to make the young man agree to answer the questions. David had a general idea of what was going on. Everything originated from an emergency mission notification the day before yesterday morning. The Shadow Mercenary Group gathered a large number of available people and used various methods to get on this galactic airship. The Shadow Mercenary Group was a mercenary group that focused on collecting information and assassinating people. They rarely carried out frontal attacks. It would be better to say that they were an assassin organization than a mercenary group. It was the Shadow Mercenary Group who poisoned David's milk. The reward for killing David was said to be very big. They could have more rights to distribute benefits, which had a huge impact on the mercenary group. As for the other mercenary groups, they should have accepted the same mission, but they used different methods. He casually twisted the necks of the two young men and threw them aside. Then, David began to operate on an optical computer. The software on this optical computer was very complete. There was the electronic warfare software developed by the Shadow Mercenary Group. In addition, after such a long time, the electronic warfare software had long broken through the internal system of the galactic airship. Under the constant operation of David's fingers, David entered the monitoring system of the galactic airship. He quickly discovered that the monitoring system of the galactic airship had been invaded by at least 3 electronic warfare masters at the same time. The defense system of the galactic airship could not stop the invasion of these professional electronic warfare masters. David did not like people in his domain, so with his operation, the rest of the electronic warfare masters were kicked out of the system. At the same time, he also strengthened the monitoring system, making it difficult for the rest of the electronic warfare masters to enter again. Through the surveillance camera inside the cockpit, David saw the situation in the cockpit. 15 Kaji wearing exoskeleton armor controlled the entire cockpit. In the middle of the cockpit, a box was opened. Inside was a sphere with countless diamond-shaped protrusions on its surface. This was a krypton crystal powder bomb. A krypton crystal powder bomb of this size was enough to wipe out everything within 3 kilometers. This kind of krypton crystal powder bomb was owned by the military, and it was a prohibited weapon that was not owned by the military. The power of the krypton crystal powder bomb was enough to be a deterrent. Even Kaji would find it difficult to survive within 3 kilometers. Even David, who was wearing a third-grade defensive exoskeleton armor, did not dare to try to resist it. There were no other crew members in the cockpit. The 15 Kaji acted as crew members and operated the ship's equipment. Our mission is completed. With the Krypton crystal powder bomb, we don't have to worry about David attacking here. As long as he dares to come, we will directly detonate the Krypton crystal powder bomb and fight to the death. With this kind of threat, he won't dare to come. Kaji, who was wearing the captain's symbol, announced loudly. The rest of the Kaji shouted excitedly. At this moment, the galactic airship had completely stopped and stopped in space. The target will be killed by those Kaji. When the mission is successful, the benefits we deserve will be enough to increase our wealth for 10 years and increase the strength of our Shadow Mercenary Corps by a large margin. The captain said with a laugh. David couldn't help but sigh at the Shadow Mercenary Corps' ability to make money. From selling his information to directly poisoning and assassinating him, and then controlling the galactic flying guest to make it stop, no matter who completed the mission, the benefits that belonged to the Shadow Mercenary Corps would not be reduced at all. David took a deep look at the Krypton crystal powder bomb. Such a large Krypton crystal powder bomb was indeed a threat. If it detonated, the galactic airship would be destroyed. In this universe, without the galactic airship, it was impossible to quickly return to a safe planet by relying on the escape pod. David changed the monitor again. He wanted to see if Kaji came to the special cabin to attack him. Unexpectedly, he saw Kaji fighting in the monitor. Outside the special cabin area, 30 Kaji wearing security exoskeleton armor were relying on the geographical advantage to fight with some Kaji mercenaries. The elevator there had been destroyed long ago. These Kaji mercenaries had come from the lower floor through the stairs. This also made it impossible for the Kaji mercenaries to gather here quickly. Without the elevator, it would be very troublesome for the Kaji mercenaries, who were completely unfamiliar with this place, to rush to the special cabin area as soon as possible. At least for the time being, the special cabin area would not be broken by the mercenaries Kaji. The security guard on the galactic airship treated the special cabin as a must-pass. This could be considered as saving some face by protecting the special cabin area after the galactic airship was hijacked. Of course, the most important thing was that if the guests in the special cabin were injured or killed, the relevant forces of these rich people would be enough to cause the galactic airship to suffer huge losses. Just as David was checking the monitor on the spaceship one by one to understand the current situation, the shadow attendant beside him suddenly flew out. Soon, David felt that the shadow attendant had absorbed a weak soul. Through the eyes of the shadow attendant, David saw that the guest next door was half lying down at the moment. His ribs were inserted into his heart. This injury should have been caused by the sudden deceleration of the galactic airship just now. Fortunately, most of the passengers were sleeping at that time. The beds were good enough to reduce the inertia of the sudden deceleration, so there were not many deaths. However, there were still some unlucky ones who died from the impact caused by inertia. On the other side, Captain Bulwer also discovered this. He ordered 3 professional doctors and a dozen nurses to bring medical kits to help the injured special cabin passengers. These doctors and nurses were also the only doctors and nurses that Captain Bulwer could call. These doctors and nurses were the special medical staff of the special cabin. Even if the doctors and nurses in the other areas were notified, they would not be able to come. The entrance to the special cabin area was in a battle with Kaji, so it was impossible to pass through. David divided a part of his mind into the shadow attendant's body. The shadow attendant passed through the floor and came to the next floor. The shadow attendant found an empty guest room. David came to the same position on the next floor. David then asked the shadow attendant to take out a level 3 heavy axe and open a round hole in the hard and extremely thick ground. David jumped down the round hole and used this method to leave the special cabin area. Compared to the special cabin area, there were a lot of dead passengers here. The shadow attendant was constantly absorbing souls. This was inseparable from the decorations inside the special cabin. When the galactic airship decelerated, most of the passengers in the special cabin area were sleeping. This was because the special cabin passengers were very active at night, so they would wake up very late in the morning. David quickly ran towards the front of the spaceship, which was the direction of the cockpit. Because the spaceship had not decelerated for a long time, the souls had not dissipated. David ran as the shadow attendant continued to absorb these souls. David could not help but feel guilty. These people died because of him. After they died, even their souls were absorbed by David's shadow attendant. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. In David's mind, after anyone died, their soul would dissipate. It would be better for them to be absorbed by the shadow attendant and become a powerful resource. Chapter 277. On the faceplate of David's exoskeleton armor, there was a map of the entire Interstellar Traveler. This was what he downloaded from the Interstellar Traveler's system. At this time, the map came into play. David's speed was very fast as he followed the map and headed towards the cockpit. He was going to first take care of the threat of the Krypton crystal powder bomb, and then come back to kill the mercenaries who wanted to enter the special class cabin area. With 30 Kaji security guards, the mercenaries wouldn't be able to enter the special class cabin area in a short period of time. Along the way, there were cries for help, cries, screams, hysterical voices, all kinds of negative emotions could be heard everywhere. David saw the helplessness of the weak. If he didn't have powerful strength, perhaps he would be one of these helpless people who couldn't control their own fate. When there were still a few cabins away from the cockpit, David stopped. He opened the K4 military electronic countermeasure optical computer on his arm and checked the situation in the cockpit. Attention, a Kaji is found heading towards the cockpit. Through the exoskeleton armor on his body, it is confirmed that he is the target this time, David. Immediately notify the other mercenary groups. The captain of the Shadow Mercenary Group shouted. David knew that he couldn't hide from the Shadow Mercenary Group who occupied the cockpit, but he didn't expect them to recognize his identity just by looking at the exoskeleton armor. But this was also good. It could reduce the pressure on the special class cabin and even attract all the Kaji mercenaries who attacked the special class cabin. Mr. David, I know you are nearby. I have set up an alarm within 500 meters of the cockpit. As long as you dare to enter this range, I will immediately detonate the bomb. The captain of the Shadow Mercenary Group used the public channel to make a public call to the entire area. The Shadow Mercenary Group had long studied David's battle and even checked David's file. Although the title of Kaji Invincible wasn't recognized by most of the Kaji mercenaries, David defeating the Thunder and Lightning Mercenary Group by himself was a real result. The Thunder and Lightning Mercenary Group was ranked very high in the mercenary world and was an extremely powerful mercenary group. At the very least, the Shadow Mercenary Group couldn't be compared to the Thunder and Lightning Mercenary Group in terms of combat power. According to what the Shadow Mercenary Group said, they were a group that played with intelligence, not a mercenary group that purely relied on brute force. Just like now, the captain of the Shadow Mercenary Corps was threatening David with the Krypton crystal powder bomb in his hand. As long as David didn't go crazy, he wouldn't dare to approach the cockpit, let alone attack them. As long as they waited for a while, the Kaji from the other mercenary groups would arrive, and the battle would have nothing to do with the Shadow Mercenary Group. They only needed to watch the show. But would everything go according to the Shadow Mercenary Group's leader's plan? Through the K4 military electronic warfare optical computer, David looked at Kaji, who was standing next to the Krypton crystal powder bomb without putting down his helmet and talking with a smug smile. In the hands of the armored soldier, there was a controller in his hands. It could be seen that Kaji's threat wasn't false. David really didn't dare to rush up like this for a while. David didn't rush up, but it wasn't because he didn't have a way to deal with the Shadow Mercenary Group's leader. With a thought, the Shadow Attendant took out the Godolphin's Fury sniper rifle from the space ring. David laid on the ground and combined the K4 military electronic warfare optical computer with a precise map to calculate the position of the Shadow Mercenary Group's leader. With more than 6 points of will, David's calculation ability reached a terrifying level. In this kind of room, he didn't have to worry about the wind direction, but he had to consider the impact of the walls on the attack. After 20 seconds of analysis, David sneered. He grabbed the air with his hand, and the Shadow Attendant put 2 level 2 bullets in his hand. The reason why he chose the expensive level 2 bullets was because there were 4 walls between him and the Shadow Mercenary Group's leader. These walls were reinforced with a special alloy. Level 1 bullets couldn't penetrate all 4 walls at once, so the best way was to use level 2 bullets with better penetration. David activated the sound isolation device and covered the whole room. Everything was ready. He took out 2 level 1 bullets from the magazine and 2 level 2 bullets from the magazine. The magazine was normally full, so it could be fired at any time if there was a battle. Abel took a deep breath, and a thin layer of energy shield appeared on the exoskeleton armor. This energy shield didn't have much defensive power, but it was very resistant to the sound of a violent explosion. This was also a function of the exoskeleton armor that was specially added for Sniper Kaji. It allowed Sniper Kaji to use the sniper rifle in a sealed environment without being damaged by the sound wave. Normally, Sniper Kaji would try to avoid using the sniper rifle in a sealed environment, because if he did that, the one who would be directly injured would be Sniper Kaji himself. The huge shockwave of a sniper rifle would form a sound wave effect, and because of the sealed environment, the sound wave would repeatedly vibrate and cause quite a bit of damage to Sniper Kaji. David held his breath and fired Godolphin's Wrath. The level 2 bullet was fired, and it almost ignored the alloy wall in front of him. It made a small hole in the wall and continued forward. After firing the first level 2 bullet, David didn't wait any longer and fired the second level 2 bullet. The 2 level 2 bullets were fired almost consecutively, one after the other. The proficient level sniping ability allowed David to shoot 6 times in a row. This kind of extreme speed sniping required not only outstanding sniping ability, but also the support of a sniper rifle. Godolphin's Wrath was the best sniper rifle in the world. It was the lifetime work of the gun master, Godolphin. When used with the proficient level sniping ability, Godolphin's Wrath could truly display its terrifying power. After firing 2 level 2 bullets consecutively, a huge shockwave swept across the entire room. Although the invisible sound wave was limited by the sound isolator, it made the sound wave even more violent in a small area. The furniture in the room was shattered into pieces, and the items were also broken. In just an instant, everything in the room was destroyed. The energy shield on the exoskeleton armor was constantly vibrating under the impact of the sound wave. It dissolved the sound wave, and David wasn't hurt at all. The first level 2 bullet passed through 3 walls in a row without slowing down and hit the arm of the Shadow Mercenary Group captain that was holding the controller. In a cloud of blood, the arm holding the controller was separated from the body and flew into the sky. Before the leader of the Shadow Mercenary Group could react, the second level 2 bullet flew along the bullet hole of the first level 2 bullet. It slightly adjusted its trajectory and shot into the body of the leader of the Shadow Mercenary Group, leaving a big hole in his chest. The second level 2 bullet continued to fly out, passing through another wall and disappearing. What happened in front of their eyes shocked all the Kaji in the cockpit. They were stunned for a moment before they understood what had happened. They immediately shouted loudly. After firing the second level 2 bullet, David casually threw Godolphin's wrath out. It was stored in the portal ring by the shadow attendant in the air. He held the level 3 heavy axe in his hand and broke through the wall in the direction of the bullet hole. His 70% mastery of the heavy axe allowed him to use the most ingenious force control when he broke through the wall. He almost didn't stop. The level 3 heavy axe in his hand first turned, and then the exoskeleton armor hit the wall. A round hole appeared, and David rushed through the wall. It was the same for the other 3 walls. Coupled with the acceleration of the short wings on the back of the custom-made exoskeleton armor and the activation of extreme speed, David crossed the distance of more than 500 meters in just a few breaths. In the cockpit, the Kaji of the Shadow Mercenary Group, who had just woken up from the chaos, suddenly realized that the alarm they set up was frantically sending out alarms. "Be careful, David is coming," a Kaji shouted. "Where is the controller of the crystal powder bomb? Find it." Another Kaji shouted. "Here, I see it," a Kaji replied. 2 Kaji rushed over at the same time. They wanted to pick up the controller on the ground, but they bumped into each other. The weakness of the Shadow Mercenary Group was completely exposed. They often played with intelligence and information, which made them lack the courage of a normal mercenary group. Usually, with the captain suppressing them, it wasn't obvious. Now that the captain was killed, the Shadow Mercenary Group became a little chaotic. Of course, this chaos didn't last long. After only 2 or 3 seconds, a Kaji picked up the controller. "I got the controller!" he shouted excitedly. "Hurry up and use the public channel. Tell David to stay away." Another Kaji shouted. He, or most of the Kaji, didn't want to die together with David. At this moment, the Kaji didn't want to immediately activate the controller and detonate the crystal powder bomb. Instead, they were still thinking about threatening David. At this moment, the shadow attendant entered the cockpit before David and saw the situation inside. Then, a green halo appeared on the wall. Then, the wall inside the green halo was knocked out. A figure appeared in the cockpit like a ghost. David's first target was, of course, the Kaji holding the controller. That Kaji was still holding the controller. When he saw David appear, he instinctively wanted to operate the controller. However, David was too fast. When the black figure flashed past the Kaji, the green light split into 2. One cut off the Kaji's arm, the other cut off his neck. "Fight!" a Kaji shouted. He rushed towards David and shouted, "Hurry up and pick up the controller. Let's die together." Unfortunately, this Kaji had good intentions, but he couldn't even withstand one blow from David. These Kaji, who were not good at fighting, became lambs waiting to be slaughtered in the face of David's full firepower. The screams and begging for mercy only lasted for 10 seconds. After that, the entire cockpit was silent. Only David was still standing. The rest of the Kaji were all beheaded. The smell of blood filled the cockpit. As David's fighting strength increased, he pursued the effect of killing with one blow. Beheading became his most common method. He kicked the corpses on the ground and came to the box in the middle of the cockpit. He looked at the Krypton crystal powder bomb inside. Then he waved his hand. The shadow attendant flew over and put the Krypton crystal powder bomb and the controller into the space ring. After occupying the cockpit, David sat on the captain's chair. From here, he could control all the authority of the entire interstellar spaceship. The authority here had long been cracked by the Shadow Mercenary Corps. David just tapped twice and a light screen appeared in front of him. The light screen was divided into dozens of small windows. Each window showed the surveillance video of each intersection. David switched it again. Immediately, the interstellar spaceship's internal scanning device was activated. The light screen turned into a huge map of the interstellar spaceship. On this map, every life form turned into a green dot. David operated it again. All the life forms wearing exoskeleton armor were specially marked as red dot. One could see that more than 30 red dots were still guarding the only entrance to the special class cabin on the uppermost level of the interstellar spaceship. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side had already ended. More red dots were moving towards the driver's cabin. At this moment, David's expression was solemn. Previously, he had thought that there would at most be 100 or so armored soldiers. Now, he discovered that his judgment was completely wrong. The number of red dots of light far exceeded his imagination. Other than the original 30 Kaji security guards on the interstellar spaceship, there were more than 650 Kaji. Even if some of them were not enemies, bodyguards, or other security personnel, the number of enemies should be about 600. About 600 Kaji. This number was too shocking. Especially when the soldier on this side called him by his name and threatened him with a krypton crystal powder bomb. He would rather die together than let him get close to him. This meant that the other party must have known his true combat strength, which was why they did this. Otherwise, why would the dozen or so Kaji prepare to die together with him because of one Kaji? David operated it again, and Emma's figure appeared in the surveillance. At this time, Emma was standing beside an escape pod, carefully guarded by 2 female bodyguards. David changed the symbols of Emma and the 2 female bodyguards to yellow. This way, he could keep track of Emma's movements at any time. He transferred the captain's authority to his K4 military electronic countermeasure optical computer and destroyed the captain's chair with a casual swing of his axe. After putting down the helmet, the marked light dots appeared on the helmet. David operated the K4 military electronic countermeasure optical computer and imported a program into the interstellar spaceship's internal system. This was a program imported with the captain's authority. It had absolute authority to run it. Immediately, all the authority of the entire interstellar spaceship was withdrawn. The fireproof cabin doors were closed, and the entire interstellar spaceship was isolated into small areas. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.